who are gathered, just to call you back in. We're going to call you to the table. Here's your table. So if some folks have slides in the back room there, now's a good time. We could have at this table come up. Awesome. Thank you so much. All you just speak and it shall be projected. Where is it? Come on. Got it. Now, okay. All in my pocket. Okay, folks, sing along. Now, if you're hungry or if you're down, if you've been left out or pushed around, and if you're hurting all around town, then here's a table. Come now, be found. Maybe you're lonely. Maybe you're scared, you're feeling different, but no one cares. Filled up with worries you just can't bear. But here's your table, pull out a chair. Brave now, brave the danger, friend or stranger. Look into each face. At this table, it's no fable. Love has set each place. Brave the danger, friend or stranger. Look into each face. At this table, it's no fable. Love has set each place. Now, if you're hungry or if you're down, if you've been left out or pushed around, and if you're hurting all around town, then here's a table. Come now, be found. Maybe you're lonely, maybe you're scared, you're feeling different, but no one cares. Filled up with worries you just can't bear. But here's your table, pull out a chair. Brave the danger, brave the danger, friend or stranger. Look into each face. At this table, it's no fable. Love has set each place. Now brave the danger, friend or stranger. Look into each face. At this table, it's no fable. Love has set each place. Now, if you're hungry, friend or stranger, look into each face. You can put them together all around town. Then here's a table. Come now, be found. Keep singing. Maybe you're the danger, friend or stranger. Look into each face. At this table, it's no fable. Love has set each place. Now, if you're hungry and if you're down, if you've been left out or pushed around, and if you're hurting all around town, then here's a table. Come now, be found. Keep going. Maybe you're lonely, maybe you're scared, you're feeling different, and no one cares. You fill with worries you just can't bear. danger, friend or stranger, look into each face. At this table, it's no fable, love has set each place. Keep singing that. Lonely, maybe you're scared, you're feeling different, but no one cares. With worries you just can't bear, but here's your table, pull out a chair. Now if you're hungry, or if you're down, if you've been left out or pushed around, and if you're hurting all around town, then here's a table, come now be found. One more time. You're lonely, you're scared, you're feeling different, but no one cares. With luck, with worries you just can't bear, but here's your table, pull out a chair. But here's your table, pull out a chair. One more. But here's your table, pull out a chair. Did you get your chair? Great.
Oh, we're gonna have to do this.
Sorry, we're a few minutes over.
That's okay. I thank you, everybody. One of the things I really value about our regional meetings is this time to visit. It is inform relationships and catch up with people. It's my great pleasure to re-invite Cameron back up as we come to our final talk on navigating change, and she's going to bring it all together for us.
Thank you. I was just saying, I've lost all track of time, so I have no idea how long I get to talk. So I guess they'll just come up on the stage and yank me off, right? Is this working? No. Let's see. Do I have to eat it? Ah, there we go. Is that better? Okay. All right, so fantastic lunch. I liked it better when 60. Yeah, great. Okay, I have an hour with you. Great. I liked it better when I was before lunch, because now who wants to stay awake? After that, great. I mean, that was lots of carbs, lots of fun things. So if you fall asleep, I will not take this personally. So, you do you. But we're going to close our time today talking about navigating change. So we began the first session that we were together talking about kind of the seismic earthquake of change that we are living through, unprecedented in all of human history. And the time we spent yesterday, what we were really trying to recognize and then play with was the reality that in times of this kind of transition, we can't plan our way out of it. There's no way to make best guesses to get our way out. That in times of great human transition, the critical leadership muscle that has to get cultivated in us is the imaginal muscle, the muscle that's capable of imagining all kinds of different futures so that we can actually use those stories that we tell about the future to architect the kind of world that we wish to see. Now, the alternative of that, because we don't actually have to, I suppose, we can just continue to go with the flow, but the alternative of not taking ownership of architecting the kind of future that we wish to see is that we will be colonized by the imaginations of others who are taking such leadership. Colonized by the tech industry or corporate imagination, capitalist imaginations, etc. So there's just an extraordinary opportunity that's before us today to be able to actually, through the imaginal work, which risks all kinds of different thinking. It risks letting go of blind spots. It risks getting used to actually living in a sea that's constantly changing. But in that risking, then we have agency. We're not victims of a cultural imagination, but in fact, we get to be participants in the shaping of the stories by which we choose to live going forward. I hope that was all clear to you yesterday. And so now, today, we're going to bring it a little closer to home. So what I'd like to do is talk about navigating change, mostly by telling you how I've done it wrong. And then we'll compare notes. I'm also hoping that we'll have enough time at the end of this. I've shortened the presentation so that we can just talk, because I'd love to dialogue, not just about today's content, but about all of our content. Do I need to pose? Look. She's taking pictures, so I'm feeling a little self-conscious. Did you get what you... No, you can keep going. Sorry. sorry. Okay, so to continue on our aviation education, because that's actually all I really want to talk about, I wanted to talk about my early years of flight training. So in most countries, you can get your pilot's license at 16 years old. Now, when I was 16, I thought that was great. Today, I think that's the worst idea ever. I regularly almost get killed by 16-year-olds with pilot's license. But when I was 15, I was in a training program that was getting me ready for the check ride. Now, a check ride in aviation for your private, you have all kinds of check rides as you develop, but your first check ride is a minimum of 3 hours of oral examination. So it's you and an examiner, and the examiner today has more boundaries on what they can ask, but in a million years ago when I was doing this, they could basically ask anything. So there's a huge book of regulations. They could ask me any regulation. They could tell me, Cameron, what does 61.4.6 say in the FAR AIM regulation book, right? And I'd need to be able to just spout it off. Or if I got lucky, maybe they would let me look it up, but probably not. Thank you. That's so, look at this. They've given me a note of when to stop. All right, great. Yeah, I'm feeling a little managed here. This is really good. I need to be managed, so that's a positive thing. So you have 3 hours of oral exam, and then if you pass the oral exam, then you get 2 hours of flying. And there you have to show a certain proficiency in basic maneuvers, stalls, emergency landings, radio communication, etc. So I'm in a program that's trying to get me ready for that moment. And you don't want to fail a check ride because it goes on your record and it stays there forever. So when any agency that you might need to engage with, including the FAA, wants to maybe hire you or engage you in any way, they'll look back and they'll say, that slacker failed this check ride and that check ride. And that. So there's a lot of pressure. So I am 15 years old, and I am working with a guy to get me ready for this, and he is dynamite. He is really, really great. But if I mentioned I'm 15 years old, and I'm a teenager, and I think I am hot stuff. I am just, the bomb, the total bomb. And so the night before he gets me, or we do a pre-check ride. So I'm about a month out from my check ride, official check ride. So he's going to run me through a mock check ride. I choose that night to go hang out with friends. And I think I just stayed up all night. I don't know what I was doing. And I chose to not study my regulations, and because I thought I had it, I mean, what 15-year-old doesn't think they know everything? And so I show up for my mock check ride, and I could sense it was a new feeling for me, but I was a little fuzzy, I just wasn't clear-headed in my thinking. And now I know that feeling immediately, so I know what to do. But then I just, proceed on course. So I get in this airplane, and it is like I have never flown before in my life. I mean, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. It was like somebody took my legs and switched them, So right and left legs were not working in joint. And my hand, everything was wrong. My radio calls, I don't even know what I was asking the air traffic controller to do. I mean, they were so crazy. I was just so out of my mind, really, in the condition in which I was flying. So we're coming back into land, and my instructor says the deadly words, says, "My controls." So he didn't want me to land the airplane. He takes control of the airplane away from me, and we land safely, and we taxi to the up to the ramp, and we park the plane, and I know I have screwed up royally. And so I look timidly at him, and he looks at me and he says, "Cameron, would you like to be a pilot?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Well, I'd like to promise you that I will help you do that. But here's the process we're going to use." And he whipped me into shape, I am telling you. He laid out an exact process for how disciplined I was going to need to be in order to be successful, not just in that check ride, but to be a successful pilot. It was a fundamental turning point for me. So what he did so brilliantly, and it was a great lesson in change, he changed me in a significant way, was that he recognized that the moment in which he took controls, I had a problem, right? I had a problem that was going to cause me great pain in my aviation career because I wasn't going to have one if I continued on that course. He made a proposal and a promise to me that he would actually help me overcome that problem. And then he helped me understand a process. So that's kind of what we're going to work on today in our remaining whatever time we've got left, is how do we work within this sort of creative tension of navigating change between pain, proposal, and process. So it helps me just as a mental construct to think of change management or change agency as this line that kind of goes up at an angle. Now remember, I make all of this stuff up, so we'll dialogue about this in just a little bit. But so there's a creative tension, almost like think of it maybe as like a rubber band, sort of a creative tension between the pain that your congregation or you personally may be feeling and a promise or a proposal that is significant enough, that is believable enough, that has enough integrity in essence, that you would be willing to actually change in favor of moving towards that promise or moving towards that proposal. So for me, I desperately wanted to be a pilot. So when my instructor came to me and said, "I want to help you do that," and then gave me a process by which he was playing with that creative tension, that anxiety that existed within me, right? So when we're working in the place of pain, what we're working with actually is anxiety in our system. Now, I personally love when we're a little anxious because if there's no anxiety in a system, it means nobody cares, right? So when I'm teaching church conflict, well, I don't teach you how to have conflict. When I'm teaching mediation and conflict transformation, I talk about that actually conflict is a very good thing because it signals to us when it's at healthy levels that there's actually commitment in the system. There's something there to work with. So anxiety can be your friend, and so long as it's sort of held in check, it's used as a creative energy in there. As the adage goes, happy people don't change. We only change when the pain of not changing is greater than the pain of changing. But we change because there is a proposal or there's a promise that's being made, either to ourselves or by some other person or organization. But the proposal can't be outlandish, right? So it couldn't be, hey, I'm gonna help you pass your private check ride, and then you can just go ahead and take your commercial as well, or you'll be ready for your instrument. That would have been unbelievable, unreasonable. It would have, I would not have been able to fulfill that safely. So the promise and the proposal has a boundary to it. It can be, the promise and proposal can only stretch us as so far as the system itself can handle the stretching. Am I making sense? Right? So again, think rubber band there. So my trouble that I've often always had, like how I did that, often always, I tend to dream too far. And so I will make proposals into systems that feel too big, too outrageous, too far into the future. And so what happens then is that I either get labeled as a crazy person, or I get labeled as a virus in the system instead of an antidote, right? So my leadership becomes received as a threat instead of a helping agent in the system. So there's an art to reading where the system is, and the proposals that we make have to be at the scale of the limits of the imagination of that system, pushing the system just far enough that we can point to progress, but not so far that we freak everyone out and people abandon the thing. Now, yesterday in the exercise that I led you through, especially if we had more time to do it, which I hope you all will do this in your congregations, or we could do it together, or however you want to do it. But what it did was it set for me as facilitator the boundaries of your imagination. So when I ask you to imagine your preferred future, or the probable future, the desirable future, and then I played with stretching your imagination in the reframe, I then, as an outsider, had a sense of how far I could stretch you in your dreaming about the future of the world and of the church, right? We have some work we could do. But it set the boundary to let me know how I could faithfully offer leadership into the space. It's the same in your congregations. So when you take the time to get a sense of the scale of imagination in your place and push it just far enough before you don't want to break it, then you understand the context in which you get to play. Am I making sense? All right. Now we, thank goodness, have a fantastic example of this. Actually, should I tell you about this? No, I'm going to skip that. So we have a fantastic example in Scripture. Think about the story of Nehemiah, right? So Nehemiah sees that the walls of Jerusalem have collapsed, and that causes huge heartbreak for Nehemiah. And so he says, this is terribly painful. We can't have this. And so in his calling, his sense of call, he designs a proposal. He imagines a way that they could rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And he takes that proposal first to the king, and he gets the blessing of the king. And in that proposal, he talks numbers and practicality of recruiting crews, and he speaks the king's language in essence to make it believable for the king. The king gives blessing, and then he goes back to the people and he says, look at this mess. Look at this terrible thing that has happened. Look at the pain. Look at our problem that we've got. I've got an idea. I'd like to make a proposal that if we can work together, having already the blessing of the king behind us, then we could restore and rebuild the walls of Jerusalem. And here's how I think we'll proceed. And then he gets very specific about who's on what team and how we're going to feed each other and how this will all work together. So he makes concrete, believable proposals about how people could get involved. And that becomes iterative, and they rebel, and then he proposes again, and then they rebel, and so it is with the human journey. So the process part was the part that I've had to really learn the hard way. So I use an acronym because, the world is a darker place when you use another acronym. And so the way I kind of remember this and rehearse this when I'm trying to lead through systemic change in a place is I use change as the acronym. And it begins with C is communication, or communicate and calling. So when we're trying to create change in a place, in real estate, it's location, location, location. Well, in leadership, it's communicate, communicate, communicate. In the absence of communication, organizations burn trust. So our job as leaders is to be crystal clear about what we're proposing, crystal clear why our proposal addresses their pain and is preferable to staying in that place of pain, and then crystal clear on how people can contribute to be part of the process for getting there. It matters that we're able to communicate in a way that's compelling and aspirational and that asks people to give of their one wild and precious life. And in our work, we language that as calling. It's not just a matter of could we do something, but it's should we, right? So there is maybe often a moral imperative that we take action and offer leadership in a particular way. When Nehemiah saw the destruction of the walls, it wasn't just that they could be rebuilt, it was that they should be rebuilt. There was a calling that was upon the people, and he was the leader to name that calling. Now, I often also say that transformation moves at the speed of trust. Adrienne Marie Brown has another take on that. She says change moves at the speed of trust, which is a wonderful way of saying that too. So what communication grants is that you and I come into a relationship, and we hopefully, in our sharing with each other, in our relating to one another, we build sufficient trust between us that we will grant each other trust throughout the process of the work that we're doing. Now, in the beginning of a work, we grant each other trust just on the hope and the prayer that the other is trustworthy. Earned trust happens over time in the regular, dependable relationship and relating that we do as we're working together. So granted trust is a gift that we give to each other. And if you walk into a system incapable of granting trust, then you know that you're working in a highly restricted, bounded set relationship, and that change will likely not be sustainable in that space. But if we're working in a space where we can grant trust to each other, and then earn that trust over time, naming that that's actually what we're doing, then you have sufficient safety between each other to risk the change that we're trying to create together. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay, we could do a whole session on just trust and how important it is. Now, here's just a little side note. One of the great crises we've got in our culture right now is an absence of trust. So in the declining of many of our institutions, what is happening is that the trust that exists between human beings in those systems, but then also trust in the reliability of policies and process and the things that we thought we could count on before, that trust is getting eroded. And so in the absence of that trust, there's fracturing that happens. That's just natural. That's the way it will be. Now that creates great opportunity because we can reorganize, we can work with that. But when you're in a system where you're watching the fracturing of trust, you maybe now can help to see that the absence of trust can be used as a tool, or it needs to be built back up in order for the work to be moved forward. In most of our congregations coming back from COVID, just because of our lack of relation, trust is the primary work of leadership right now. Rebuilding connection and trust between and among individual congregants and with their leadership. So again, the absence of communication, organizations burn through trust. So you want to communicate over and over and over again what it is that what the problem is, what the proposal is, and what the process is, over and over. There are different ways that we can presence ourselves in our communication. I'm going to just take a quick second to go over this. So we could be unresponsive and unsteady. I've maybe been that once or twice. Unresponsive in that I'm hiding in the fetal position under my desk, and unsteady in that I'm hyperventilating while I'm down there, right? I could also be responsive but unsteady, and that could happen where I'm in maybe let's say a council meeting or a consistory meeting, and as people are listening to me, what they're hearing is go right, go left, go right, go left. So my reactivity is coming out as my leading voice there. Now, I could also be unresponsive and steady, which is to say I've just checked out, right? And then I could be what we really should cultivate in ourselves, responsive and steady. So again, in the midst of change, where anxiety is the primary play space that we're using, it matters very much that we consistently, clearly, and non-anxiously communicate the pain, the proposal, the process, and we stay the course. Edwin Friedman was one of the major contributors to family systems theory. He said it another way. He said that you can be non-anxious and present. And actually in his model, you could be anxious and absent. You could be anxious and present. You could be calm and absent, checked out. Or you could be non-anxious and present, which of course he would suggest we should cultivate in ourselves the capacity to be non-anxious and present. What I would suggest is that we hold as our goal, particularly in this time of deep transition, that we're responsive, that we're steady, that we're non-anxious, and that we stay present to ourselves and to others. So that is the spiritual work which we are undertaking at the individual level. So after communicating and calling, the next one is an honest look. This is maybe the hardest part of the work in change, because what an honest look requires is that we tell the truth about what is so. Margaret Wheatley, do you all know her work? Leadership in the New Science and Who Do We Choose to Be, and so many great books. She actually is the most blunt about where we are, the most honest. She basically says we're all toast. I mean, we should just give it up. And she also says there's no room for hope, which I'm not sure I agree. But here's what she says in Who Do We Choose to Be? She said, this needs to be stated clearly at the outset. We can no longer solve the problems of this time at large-scale levels. Poverty, economics, climate change, violence, dehumanization. Even though the solutions have been available for a long time, they require conditions to implement them that are not available. Political courage, collaboration across national boundaries, compassion that supersedes self-interest and greed. Now, you'll have to discern whether or not you agree with that assessment. I resisted it at first, and I've been won over. But to name it out loud, to say that this is the reality in which we live, if you wanted to adopt that story for yourself, is a way of saying this is what is so. For good or for ill, this is what is so. You might script that a different way for yourself, but to take an honest look at what it is. And then I really love the way that Joanna Macy talks about active hope. She says, active hope is that we take a really clear view of reality. We identify what we hope for in terms of the direction we'd like to see and move in, the values that we want to see expressed, and then we take the steps to move ourselves and our situation in that direction. I had a seminary professor who said, the way you get through ministry with success is that you show up, you give it everything you've got, and you don't get married to the outcome. In essence, I think that's what Joanna Macy is saying here. An honest look means that we show up, we give it everything we've got, but we tell the truth about what is so. Our capacity to tell the truth about what is so in Protestantism across the Western Hemisphere right now is really important. Our bravery in speaking into what it is we're actually seeing really matters. Because what it means then is that when we're ready to face the truth of where we are in our life cycle as a movement, then we can give up practices and experiences which are no longer life-giving, which no longer serve the mission or the values that we're committed to, and free up that energy and that resource to move in directions that are more in alignment with who we say we are called to be. Are you hearing me? I'm trying to speak at a few levels here, all right? All right, so then honest look. A is anger to aspiration, because in truth, what happens when you take an honest look is that usually it really pisses you off. And you're upset about what you see. When we take a look at in the States, I'll speak of that space so I don't offend you. When we take a look at, the ways in which that we kill black and brown people in the States, that makes us angry when we realize what we're doing there. That is a call to justice. When abortion gets banned in the States, holy hell, what is going on? That makes us angry. That's a call to justice. And out of that sense of the values for which we stand are being attacked, then we move to aspiration. We move to the futuring work. What is the kind of future? What's the story or the stories that we want to tell and embrace together? What is it that we want to navigate ourselves towards? And lest we be colonized by this reactionary movement. So you speak to that. Now, Thomas Aquinas, the mystic and saint of one of the saints of the church, said, the greatest sin is not murder or lying or any of those things that we might name, but he said it was acedia. It is, which we would probably in our culture translate as laziness or slothness. But in his context, what he meant was acedia is refusing to participate in the creative flow of God's call, right? So refusing to act on behalf of the story of God that we have come to know through the person of Jesus. So laziness in the sense of refusing to be creative, a co-creator with God. In this moment, in the change cycle, it isn't enough to just get angry. If we just got angry, it's acedia, if we just hold it in. The transformation is actually moving from anger to action, anger to aspiration, anger to trying to make it better, trying to step in, speak out, stand up, whatever it is that's required there. So this point in the change cycle is usually where things die, because this is actually what requires the greatest courage and the greatest commitment. And currently in our system, our commitment, our capacity for commitment is decreasing, not because of a will per se, though that exists in some places, but because of a physical energy capacity that exists now in many of our congregations. We're just aging. And when you age, you don't have the same kind of energy that you did when you were younger. So that transformation there, the pivot point, requires some strategy in thinking through how to animate us out from anger to aspiration. Then you get to N, names, numbers, networks. So here we get very practical. So again, we've communicated why this matters. We've communicated the pain, we've made the proposal, we've taken an honest look at the problem, we've taken an honest look at the context, we've taken an honest look at what would be required of each of us if we want to undertake this. We've reminded ourselves of the injustice of the moment, and we've reminded ourselves of why we are the people to act. That we've asked ourselves, in essence, the two questions that Meg Wheatley says. She says, we go into a situation and we say, what is needed here? And am I the person to provide the need or meet the need? So what is needed here? Am I the person? So we've moved from anger to aspiration, and now we get very practical. How are we going to do this? So we start to say, we're going to need, 400 4x4s, and we're going to need 20 bags of cement. No, we're going to need way more than that. We're going to need whatever it is in very practical terms. But then there are also other assets that you may need to gather, sets of relationships, if you will, that you'll need to hold, particularly in this age, and connections that you'll need to make. There are also assets that I pay attention to inside of a system, and it's, brace yourselves, another acronym. Oh, this is amazing. I feel like you've gotten your money's worth. So in this one, time, intelligence, money, energy, and relationships. So in any given moment, if we're working on something together, if we need to get something done in a short amount of time, then it's going to require greater intelligence, more money, more energy, and more relational capacity, right? Or if we're working together and our relationship gets frayed, and we don't have that trust that we were speaking of earlier, then it's going to take more time. It's going to take more intellectual capacity to find ways to work together. It's probably going to cost us more money because of the time it's going to take, and it's certainly going to cost us more emotional and physical energy. So do you see, when one is out of balance, then it can only be made up by an infusion of the others in varying measures there. So these are all assets that we have available to us in our leadership. So when I'm thinking about the change readiness of a system, I'm looking at, is the culture ready to embrace change? Is there sufficient commitment in the culture or among the people to do that? And then is there enough energy in the system? So if those three things are in alignment, then it's a go. And if I'm looking at commitment, I'm looking at time, intelligence, money, energy, and relationships. Clear as mud? Yeah? All right. All right, so after that, we go to ground rules. How shall we work together? And those are setting norms for how we will be community, how we will belong to each other. I've got a great list. If we've got enough time, I'm gonna show you that Brian McLaren, who's a colleague and on our board and just a great friend, put together. But these are basically how will we ensure the greatest level of safety we can, knowing that we will cause injury as we do community together, but how will we be together? And then the final one is engage the community. So after we've set the ground rules for how we will be, then we sort of take it out and we say, how do we expand this beyond our core team? So communicate calling, we take an honest look at the context in which we're working and the problem we're seeking to solve. We feel the anger that is animating us, and we move that anger through a creative partnership or co-creative partnership with God to aspiration. We organize ourselves, the logistics of creating change, and we pay attention to the internal assets that we have in our system. We create ground rules that ensure a sense of fairness, equity, and safety among ourselves. And then we engage the community. We get more and more people involved as we're trying to move our project forward. Whoops. So gratefully, there are incredible change agents all across our culture, all across our world, who are modeling for us extraordinary ways in which we could imagine taking the gifts of the institutions that have brought us this far and transforming them into places and spaces that are congruent, that have integrity, structural integrity with the kind of future that we seek. But we now live in an age where there is no superhero that is going to come and save us. The charismatic personality who will have all the answers is not the one that we're looking for, that this is a group effort. And so it matters that you are comfortable within yourself of understanding that you are just as capable of articulating the problem, bringing forth proposals, and organizing process, just as capable, just as qualified, and just as competent as anyone else who's doing this work, insofar as you're doing the internal work to maintain your own integrity and deepen your own spirit. In the absence of your own self-care, in the maturation of your own soul, then you should bow out, because you don't have the strength, the endurance to run the full race. But that's the work that we do. I hope it's the work that you're doing daily. And that's why it matters so much that we're attending to the internal beings of our own selves, because our leadership is actually an expression of the health of our internal reality. Does this make sense to you? Good. All right, so I hope that you feel a sense of commissioning here. The world is in a hot mess, literally, and we are the people that can help bring about some of that change. So I'll close this session with a good John Wesley quote here. Do all the good that you can by all the means that you can, in all the ways that you can, in all the places you can, at all the times you can, to all the people you can, as long as ever you can. And I think that's about all that could be asked of us, right? All right. So we'll move into a time of questions here, and we've got actually quite a bit of time, which is great. We can geek out together. I'm just going to put these up on the screen. I won't read them to you, but these are the 10 commandments for change agents, and I'll cycle the screen in just a minute. These were written by Brian McLaren as part of a series of courses that he taught with us that are recorded, that we've created a program called the Convergence Leadership Project, which is trying to help leaders move or develop capacities for that movement of organized religion to organizing religion. But I think he's brilliant, period, but I thought these were particularly cute and helpful, so you all can read those. All right, look at that. I shortened the presentation so we'd have plenty of time. So what do you think? Any questions or any dialogue that we could have together? Great.
Can you put this on? Just raise your hand if you have a question, and a mic will come to you.
Bob Wallace from Burdett, Burdett, Bow Island Pastoral. And I guess I may be asking a question a lot of us are wondering, is it possible to get either copies of what you've said or the slides or something so that we can amplify the notes we've scrambled to try and take?
Yeah, no, this was it.
Thank you.
No. No. In fact, I've already loaded them, this one included, into, we have a online learning portal, and so I can, or Karina's team actually will send you a link, and you can download all 3 of these presentations. So yes, absolutely. Yeah, good luck deciphering them, but. Yeah.
My name is Bruce Jackson, retired Lacombe pastoral charge and the Keepers of the Water. I'm listening to all of this, and through COVID, many of us have sat down, and it's hard to get up.
Yeah.
And it gets almost as if there's arthritis in the system.
Yes.
And we need to find a way to work out that pain and suffering within us so that we can move forward into action, because it's really hard to act other than writing madly that nobody's watching or listening to.
Right. Yeah, so there's arthritis in the system that we sat down during COVID and now we can't get back up.
Tell me, sir.
Yeah, so let's think about this together. I'll tell you my theories, what I think I'm observing, and then we'll think about it. My sense is, I'm going to just lower this because this is way in my face. We've just gone through a really extraordinary cultural event in this pandemic, right? In the midst of other really extraordinary cultural events. And so when we sat down, when we granted ourselves permission to actually stop the frenetic busyness, what I think happened for a lot of people is that a deep grief set in. And we're not good at grieving culturally. And so what we then have now done, which is causing me great grief, is that we're trying to get back into the busyness. And so it's a nostalgia of if we could just go back to the way it was, right? And I'm not saying you're saying this, but what I hear in churches is we need to get up, we need to get over the arthritis, and we need to get back to, if we could just go back to the way church was before the pandemic. There's a longing to just, everybody come back and everything will be okay. Our inability to honor the grief that we're carrying now, not just through the pandemic, but in the face of what is going to be, unquestionably at this point, catastrophic climate change, is our inability to deal with that is going to create huge problems for our capacity to function as a culture. Thank you. You are amazing. Thank you, thank you. Can you tell I'm like sweating buckets? Is it awkward for you as it is for me? And so the grief, I think, is part of the pain in the system that we're not acknowledging in that way. And then another challenge is, again, in some congregations, another grief point, but that we're seeing on average 50% of people returning. And so there's, at the same time, this nostalgia for what we used to be, and then day after day after day facing, but we'll never be that again. And the paralysis that's kind of creating there. So when I see arthritis, this failure to get up, those are the two things I kind of am aware of, I'm sensing in my body. Now that said, tell us your theory, or any of the rest of you. What do you think is in our way? What's hurting us? What's the pain? Yes. The lies. The division. Yes. Yes. Yeah. He was saying the lies that we're being told, the division, the memes, the ways in which we're fracturing. Yeah. And I think that's right too. Yep.
I think sometimes our own inability to act. Shauna from Simons Valley in Calgary. we
Yeah.
we get stuck, but
Yep.
we think we have an answer to move forward, and we talk ourselves into being where we are,
Yes.
versus standing up and saying, okay, I got a little energy today, I can do it, and I'm finding somebody else that has energy tomorrow to help me figure out how to get there.
Yeah.
So it's about leaning on each other to make sure that we move forward.
Yes. Good. So being encouragers. Yeah.
I'm Lee Spice, retired badly, but I'm retired.
Retired badly.
I think that some of the pain that I'm hearing is the sense that there's been kind of a hiatus or a Sabbath, and people have discovered they don't need us
Yes.
or want us, and that's kind of hurtful.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And it is, in fact, our greatest fear, isn't it? That we'll be abandoned, that we're not relevant. So it taps into a very deep place in us. Yes, good.
I think one of the problems that we're having is actually an acceptance of fear, where people are afraid to go ahead.
Yeah.
Consequently, what people are tending to do at this point is follow leaders that may not even do what we want to do.
Yeah.
And because of that, the fear just amplifies. So it becomes a self-feeding cycle of fear and not doing anything, and then apathy, and it's going to be a big problem. I don't know how to solve it.
Yes. You know, at lunch, John, I'm going to call John out, John Pentland and I were having lunch together, and I, some time ago, had read some studies on the capacities and training of first responders, and John has just been studying Carl Jung's theories of all things human. I don't know how you describe it. But I don't know if there's a mic near you, but I can also say it unless you want to. What was significant is that in the first responder training, what they were training is that when you go into highly fearful environments or highly anxious environments, and or places where deep grief exists, that there are certain conditional requirements that are necessary in order to regulate down, which is actually the one slide I skipped over in our, I guess I could go back to it, but that you need certain conditions to exist. You need a sense of connection to someone else, a sense of belonging in that. You need a sense of agency, that you have some control over your body and yourself and your future. You need a sense of safety, that you're not under attack, to some degree all will be well. You need to have a sense of that you're understood, that you're seen, that you belong there, and that you need a sense of meaning ultimately, that what you contribute matters, and that you're contributing in a way that other people recognize. Look at that! It's like magic. I didn't even do it. And in the absence of that, so those conditions are what create that window of tolerance there. And in first responder environments, or environments driven by profound fear or trauma in some way, we either go to the hyper-arousal or we go to the hypo-arousal. That we tend to go either towards frenetic energy and that anxiety, anger, fear space, or we can go the opposite direction. If you think fight, flight, freeze, this would be the freeze, where we shut down, go numb, engage in passive activity, if at all. And then we see examples of shame and depression that emerge there. John, what would you add to that in your experience?
Well, I think I would just, I would wonder, as I was saying with you, that I wonder if the role of the church, which is not what Carl Jung was talking about. He was talking about the call to consciousness.
Yeah.
And I believe that's what Jesus was about too, calling people to consciousness, to wake up, to pay attention, and to Carl Jung's work, you know, he says belonging, safety, significance, power, and understanding are foundational core blocks of every human being. And when these get cracked through time, and it's the healing of that when we become conscious helps us to not react out of brokenness, but to respond, and there's a difference. And so I playfully wonder whether that's our calling, is to name these. Naming is such an important thing. And the role of the church might be in the naming of those and actually helping the church, quote unquote, however big we want to call it, to be a place where belonging and safety, significance, power, and understanding are what we do. And so I think there's great hope, actually, if we're naming our experience and helping people to heal, which therefore help to transform the world. So however you name it, which is very similar, I just wonder whether that gives us actually energy and honesty and truth, which moves us then therefore to doing something.
Yes, I think that's great. So since I'm calling people out, I want to call Joel out too. Where is Joel? There he is. I see him hiding over there. He's like a ruh-roh. So Joel and I were talking about the dangers of path dependency. And Joel, I wonder if, reflecting with your colleagues here, and what you might think about path dependency in the face of this conversation.
Thank you. I felt like saying, "You summoned me, O Master." I've been reading a book that actually I picked up in the Crow's Nest Pass by a bunch of scholars from Alberta here. It's entitled Boom and Bust, Managing Ups and Downs in Communities. And they talk about Western Canadian communities, particularly small communities, as suffering from path dependency, that our current forward history is so dependent on the path that we've thought we've done right in the past. So a coal mining town wants to always be a coal mining town. The oil and gas industry always wants to run the politics of the province. And that path dependency, did I say that out loud? Also on the internet. Cool. Now the messages will start coming in. Anyway, the thing is that path dependency is what limits our imagination.
Yeah.
That we're not able to think of different goals outside the path of what we've actually been traveling on that has maybe worked to get us to this point. And sometimes the more successful the path, the more dependent we are on it. And unfortunately, I find myself often looking at faith communities with that lens. And when I hear people say, if only we could just get a nice young pastor with a family.
Yeah.
That's path dependency. So that was my reflection. I'm not sure it's relevant, but
It's totally relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so another arthritis in the system is path dependency, is this clinging to a certain way of being in the world that we've known, that has been wonderful in getting us to this point, but not any further for some congregations. All right, we can go right there. And we can ask other questions. We don't have to stay on this topic, so feel free.
Hopefully I won't have the mic taken away from me
He's
again.
waiting.
My name is Paul Mullen, and I'm a
You go take
itinerant retired minister and currently residing at Hillhurst United in Calgary. Just two things I was wondering about. I know that interfere, from my point of view, with the process you're talking about. One is our call to ministry, which we're ordained to keep the peace of the pastoral charge.
Yeah.
And I think that
Good.
becomes a roadblock, either by going with it or rebelling against it totally. And the other is that I heard back somewhere that the job of the official board, whether it's acknowledged by the board or not, is to maintain the status quo.
Yes.
And do you have any thoughts about how to get through that to engage the congregation?
Yeah. I have so many thoughts and so many stories I could tell you. Yeah. So you've pointed out something that's so important. that in fact we've built systems that reward that maintaining of status quo. So our job job reviews, if you have one, is dependent upon the ways in which you keep the peace. So no, you're exactly right. Probably the most significant thing that I could offer to that comment is going back to that idiom that, transformation moves at the speed of trust. So that when a congregation grants me permission as their pastoral leader to lead, I then am on the clock to build sufficient earned trust that when I need to disturb the status quo out of my sense of calling, that there's sufficient trust in the system that we will move together as a team. What I think is hard to maintain right now, because we're living in a culture of suspicion, is that trust that gets deposited over time. We can have trust in the moment, but it's harder to hold it over a tenure. And we're so reactionary in the, can I use the word progressive? Would you all use that word to kind of talk? If I might offer a critique, we cannibalize each other in our trying to out-ism each other, and that creates a further erosion of the scale at which we're willing to risk change in our systems. So what you're naming is the flip side, it's the opposite end of that rubber band in a sense, is you're living between the tension of how far can you stretch the congregation without breaking the trust or running out of trust, and how faithful can you be to your call, which is the other point of the tension in that relationship. And sometimes those are in perfect alignment, and sometimes those need negotiation. So that, for me, it's a trust reality, a trust game. Thank you for the question. Others may want to respond to it. Yeah.
I have a different question. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
fine.
My name is Sam. Thinking about your comments about the change process and about conflict or lack thereof, or the spectrum of conflict in a congregation or in an organization. And when there is no visible or conscious conflict in the system, and reading the context, it becomes clear that there's not capacity to move one way or the other. What do you think the leader's role is?
Well, then I'd get curious, because I've never worked in a place where there's no conflict, or no creative tension, which you might want that microphone back to to offer a different perspective.
So no, not that there's no conflict, there's no visible or acknowledged conflict in the system, and everyone is saying there is no conflict. Yeah.
And in a sense, so maybe let me clarify too. Conflict and anxiety are not the same things, right? So anxiety is the tool that can generate conflict, but anxiety is the tool that we're actually wanting to work with. And almost all of us are at any given point in a day dissatisfied with something, right? There's some sort of pain that we're carrying in some way. I'm dissatisfied that now that we're back from COVID, I'm traveling more. I liked it when I was sitting at home in my hermitage and my, looking out at my little field. Did I tell you all I've started a farm? Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I started the Common Good Farm, and we have chickens and all kinds of things. I'm standing out in fields, and I'm looking at my phone watching YouTube videos on how to farm. Like, if you all have seen Clarkson's farm, this is my version of this, yeah. So I'm dissatisfied that I'm needing to spend time doing external things when really selfishly I just want to sit and contemplate the meaning of life, right? You as my pastor could recognize that pain in me, and you could come to me with a proposal that says, was it Carl Rayner who said that if the Christian is to have a future, it's to be a mystic? And so you could say, I want to make a proposal that that we help you as a congregation invest into that deepening work that you want to do. And maybe we could all benefit from that. So I could imagine a process where we start a 4-week small group where we study the mystics together, right? So you've tapped into my anxiety. You've made a proposal that's credible because you as my pastor could organize or could invite me to organize such a thing, and then a process by which we could accomplish it together. So that's just at the individual level, but you might also, you could say to the congregation, I've got a real anxiety, or I've got some pain around whatever social issue in our culture. And it doesn't have to be their pain; it could be yours that you invite them to share, and then make the proposal, and then invite the process or articulate the process, right? So you could create the anxiety in them because it's in you, yeah? And then use that as a way of casting vision, This breaks my heart. I wonder if it breaks yours too. Here's my proposal, and here's how I think we could achieve it together. Does that make sense? All right, good. Okay.
Maybe mostly a comment, but there are questions out of it. One of my things I do is work as a visitor for the United Church in the hospital.
Yeah.
And these 90% of the people I see do not go to church anymore. And so when I walk in and say I'm from the United Church, some of them look at me and say, I haven't been to church for a long time. And I said, that doesn't matter. I'm here to see you if you'd like me to be there. So what I'm saying is that things have changed with what people did. Those people all left, they tell me, when their children were younger and going into sports and doing whatever they did. And so we haven't caught up to what was happening then. And even today, we have two parents working.
Yep.
When do they get time with family? And if it doesn't happen to be a sports event on Sunday morning, when do they go? So those are the two things I'm thinking of. On the positive side, our church is just interesting since COVID. For a long time, it was really quite empty, and all of a sudden, people started coming. Different people, not the same people. Where did they come from? They came from, as I call it, the back door. During the last year, we had a rental in our building downstairs, a kindergarten, and it's called a nature kindergarten. We live in the country. I'm from Red Deer. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. Wilma Clark from Red Deer United Church, Red Deer Lake United Church. And our church is out in a field. So it's a wonderful place for them to be, because when they do nature school, they're outside most of the time. And so out of that, we've had started in September. I noticed families coming. And I asked them, I introduced myself, found out where they were from. They've been coming to the nature school last year. And they thought that was a wonderful church. Maybe they should just come. They didn't know it was there. So more and more keep coming. We now actually have Kids Zone or Sunday school happening. The teacher is a teacher from the assistant teacher downstairs in the nature school. We have a member that from a long time ago got married there, but her mom and dad were very influential in that church a long time ago. She is the coordinator, and she's a school teacher in my district that's down the road, and we have people coming from the school. So I just want to say that sometimes there's positive things happen, and look forward to meeting them and welcoming them and let them be a part of our church.
Good, thank you.
Julia Kimmett, Okotoks, DeWinton, Diamond Valley. I wondered if you would be willing to tell us, because you have broader networks and perspective, your probable future and desirable future.
Of the church or of the world, or where am I going?
Wherever you want to go. I'm thinking the church, but yeah.
Well, let me tell you what the data says on what you all think. The fun of the work that I get to do these days is that I do a lot of future labs with groups, and I do them not just with church groups, but with all kinds of different people in different sectors. And what that grants me is a sense of the imagination of what's operating right now. And what's interesting about this is that almost universally, every group has an intuition that we're headed towards some sort of mass extinction event. There's some sort of catastrophic thing in our future that we're afraid of. So whether it is climate change or nuclear war or something, but almost every single group that I've worked with would say, before I give it as a reframe, they would say, well, the human population is going to shrink. Nobody says the human population will continue to grow. So I think that's curious that we've got that kind of in our collective ethos. And I should say, I do this kind of work with groups both in North America, the US and Canada, but also across the pond in the UK. So there's a certain Western imagination that I'm speaking to right now, where that data is pretty consistent. The other important thing is that almost everyone has an intuition that spirituality will get in some ways both radicalized in the worst sense, in that there'll be a rise of fundamentalism, but that will also get universalized in a what they think is a good sense, that there will be a kind of a blurring of spiritual traditions, kind of a Christian, Buddhist, Baha'i, Jewish kind of thing that we might, get going, and all the others, and Islam, et cetera. And so there's a sense of a spiritual longing will continue, but the rigidity by which people choose their paths will not hold. So Christianity, as it's currently bounded, the instinct will be it will become less bounded that way. And then almost universally, everyone says that we will have much, much, much smaller gatherings. We will still gather in person, that holds consistently, but it will usually, most people think in house congregations or house, they wouldn't even use that word, congregation, it's house gatherings, I guess is the best way to say it. And there still would be need for large gatherings, but those would happen far less frequently. But Sunday morning does not hold consistently in nearly any group that I've worked with when we get out to 2070. So this obsession with Sunday morning worship that we have in most of our spaces doesn't even exist in the imagination of the future of spirituality in the year 2070. But there's also an interesting shift, which happened here yesterday a little bit, and that is when we get to when we play in the probable future and probable church, and then the desirable inevitably, in many cases, becomes what we have today, just better, right? So it's in part, that's where you hit that poverty of imagination, but it's in part, we're all satisfied customers, so to speak, right? Like we're here in this gym, spending our life energy this way because we're invested in this. There's something we're committed to in it. So that the danger is that we hit a scale of imagination there insufficient to kind of dream us forward, because when we say what's our desirable future, well, it's just like what we've got right now. It's just we have more families with young kids, inevitably, is what I hear in those. There's a sense that we'll have longer lifespans. So yesterday's comment about obesity was interesting to me because we should talk more about where the context of where that came from in your imagination. I thought that was fascinating. There's a real sense, an ambiguity about AI and how technology is going to shape us for good or for ill. So if I had to make a prediction, if I take us out to 2070, denominations will function like foundations. They'll still exist because there's too much money in our systems, but the money will be granted to organizations or people who are operating in the world based on the values that we espouse. But we could actually be a foundation with no franchises, so to speak, with no congregations necessarily associated with it. Religious leadership in the future, most groups don't imagine seminaries or clergy. So leadership is indigenous, is very earth-based, very homegrown kind of leadership. I could go on. I might be boring you to tears, but those are kind of generally some of the contours. I will also say in the year 2070, nobody's worried about the business model because there isn't enough structure to need much of one. So there's a real sense of we're connected to each other. We know how to connect via these, this and whatever comes after this. But we won't need the kind of national, regional infrastructures that we've built in our past in order to be effective going forward. I could also talk about how we'll do global justice work, but I won't go there. That's different too. Yeah, well, it would be the same kind of paring down of hierarchical, but it'll be highly relational, networked, interesting money flows. And now I'm going to really geek out on you, but are you all paying attention to blockchain and the development of like universal ID? So you don't need, imagine a future where you don't need passports, you don't need papers anymore, that there's a system that holds our identity, that validates our identities, that also how we exchange capital with each other. And in fact, on blockchain, that would be public information. So totally geeking out on you. I could really go in, but these are things we should read about. Like I wanted to bring that up. When you see blockchain, hey, pay attention to that, right? When you start to see these articles about artificial and augmented intelligence, pay attention to that and wonder how could we use these for good and for ill in our culture and in our congregations too. Am I to go there? Yeah.
I guess I'm next.
Yeah.
Okay. We talked a bit about the way in which communal primal stories can be used to help shape our understanding of the future. And I appreciated, for example, what you did with the Nehemiah story in a very different way of interpreting what I was trained to do with the biblical stories. And so I'm challenging or asking, I guess, how do we learn to do the kind of interpretive work with the stories that are part of our heritage that might help us move through this change, which has always been seen before in different ways and at different levels. And so how do we do that? How do we learn that?
Yeah, so that is a wonderful question. I'll tell you who I'm learning from right now, and then others of you will have your own wisdom. But the Union for Reform Judaism is a wonderful, incredible network. But Judaism, as a tradition, has been on this road before. And so when you listen to rabbis interpret Scripture, they can see within the Scripture nuggets of wisdom that I had never spotted before, of what it means to be in the wilderness, of what it means to take the long road, of what it means to trust in manna. And so I spend a lot of my time now reading Jewish theologians who are used to being disoriented and displaced, and who have found a way to hold to the core of their faith tradition, but have had to change forms and create a mobility in their expression that I think is probably going to be true for us going forward. So they've been very good and wise teachers for me. So I'd point you there. Yeah, others may have. Liberation theology also, I suppose, we should definitely name. I think process and liberation theologies are the two that I would also invest great time in.
And is next.
Yeah.
Hi. I wrote this down like 12 people ago, so it might be seem like a lot of out of order, but yesterday when you spoke about the earthquake and losing the GPS coordinates, it really spoke to me because it feels like all of us, every single one of us, have lost our GPS coordinates of ourselves and all of our people, our congregants. So we're all spending a lot of energy trying to figure out who they are while we're trying to figure out who we are. And the amount of energy going into it is creating compounded grief on top of the grief that was already there because you're just frustrated constantly. So the relationship, I think we keep calling it change, but I want to go back to what we really have to focus on is who are we right now? Just basic, who are we and who our congregation is? And just not knowing how I can meet the needs of a congregant, much less them meet my needs, is so overwhelming that for us to even think about change it's just too much. And so I feel like we're a bit in a sense of like fear, just frozen, because whatever way we turn, we're not finding any wins in many places. So that's all I said.
Yeah, yeah. But I loved at lunch, we got to geek out a little bit. She's a data person, so when I put graphs up, I think it made her very excited. But then when I asked her to imagine the future in 2070, she was not excited. So, but I was struck in the stories that you were telling me about your work as the executive minister at your church, that you all have just gone through a process that's discerned essentially your why, yes? So why you're doing what you're doing, right? And in the way that you languaged that to me, you said, and that we will run everything we do through that filter. So in essence, what you've created for yourself, I think, is you were feeling the pain of the disorientation. You made a proposal that said, if we could imagine that we have these three lenses through which we will see what we're up to in the world, making a difference, and then we will run everything through that. The process is we're going to stay committed to that, and we will, whatever changes that we want to make, or whatever new programs we want to start, or whatever proposals we want to make to the congregation, get run through that. In essence, you're already creating the context for change agency, you see? So it can feel overwhelming when we speak of change, but you're doing it, I think, brilliantly, just from what you've told me. You didn't tell me all the ways that you've failed at it, but you're already creating the context in which the iterative change of leadership will thrive by doing that. So you've, in a sense, removed the excuse of paralysis from the system, or you're trying to, and in that way you're attending to change culture, which is a whole nother conversation we could have. But so I just want to reverse it back on you to say bravo. It may feel overwhelming and paralyzing, but it sounds like you're doing a great job with it. And so, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, great. We have just a few minutes, so. Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay, hello. My name is Maria from Carstairs Bancroft United Church, and I just wanted to comment on the pain or the situation where we were at, and the grief. What I experience is real grief of experiencing our people passing away and then moving into senior homes. So those who were really dedicated to church, or what we knew church before COVID, that's why the decrease of number. And there is a grief, and in a way connected to what Lee said, that the new generations don't seem to need what we offer as the congregation. Yeah. And just a little positive note to that some people formulated in our congregation, then let's just enjoy what we are doing right now, why we can enjoy. So that's, I think, is a positive way, and I don't know, that can maybe lead to that aspiration and change.
I think that's wonderful.
That attitude.
Yeah, and I really commend you for giving yourselves permission to just enjoy what you're doing right now. Let me suggest to some of you in the room, some of you will be in congregations that will continue to be vital and vibrant, and we want to nurture that. We want to support that. Some of you are going to be in congregations who feel great angst right now because you don't have any children, or that your people are aging out, or all of the symptoms that we're seeing in our systems right now. They may become increasingly acute for you. So the twist on that is maybe in twofold. Let's just take the children, for example. What if you were a church that didn't have children? Yeah, you are. That's right. Right? And so if I speak to the pain that I'm seeing so acutely in many of the congregations in which I'm working, it's this shame that people are holding, that their kids and grandkids don't want to come and be a part of this. Well, what if you're a church that doesn't have children? Or flip the question again, and what if your church has thousands of children? They just don't come to the campus. They're just in the neighborhoods around you, or they're in the community around you. And what if you have no expectation that they should come to your campus? That would be ridiculous if they showed up. I mean, they can if they want to, but why can't they be part of you in the place that they are? Why can't we expand the boundaries of what it means to be congregation or community together? Why create the boundary on the campus of a building, and hold fast to that? So again, I want to play with your futures and just loosen your imaginations up a bit. Say? Yeah, fine. They can still come to camp. Yeah, whatever. I mean, if people do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Hello, Herman from Hillhurst United, as well as from the campus ministry. Just building on this question, let's say if we really want to approach the vulnerable, AKA the kids, the youth, or the people with disabilities, how can we engage them or tell the story and help them to transition from anger to action or aspiration? Remember, they're not as mentally prepared or mature as we do.
Yeah, that is the question, isn't it? Yep. So asking to just build on that, what if the church's job was to take seriously how we might support families with young kids? But in the words of Alan Watts, when you give up the need to survive yourself, the whole world opens to you. Or you give up the need to protect your own survival. So if we realize that many of our young families are struggling with drug addiction, they're struggling with financial crises, they're struggling with absencing from their parents, having trouble talking to their kids, they're struggling with how to understand this disorienting time, they're struggling with job security. If we want to be faithful to families with young kids, how do we support them in those moments without needing the byproduct of our support being institutional membership? What if we gave up our need to survive in the service of the people Jesus called us to serve? I know, I'm going to be off the stage in just a minute, and you can be far more comfortable. Yeah. So, okay, go ahead.
I'm Shane. I'm from Knox and Tabor and St. Paul's in Milk River. A comment that was made yesterday was to let things die in order to pass the baton onward to the next generation. And something I haven't heard this weekend, it's been great about finding ways for youth, but what about youth minister, like younger ministers? Because being virtually the only one in the room as clergy in 2070, I would be the only one left from this room.
Yep.
And my education has sounded like it's completely a lot different from those who came before me. And in the United Church, it takes now, again, 10 plus years to become ordained. And I was lucky enough to be in a program that was designed to be done in 5.5 years, to have a bachelor's, MDiv, and have the ministry placement within the MDiv. So, like, I'm 21 right now, and hopefully, if everything goes as planned, be ordained at 22. And it doesn't seem like things are getting easier for my generation to enter ministry in the United Church.
Yeah.
There's no incentive. We want to be out in ministry serving. We want to be able to be working and helping God's mission. But if we have to go to school for 10 years in order to do that in a dying church, as it is right now, how do we change that? Because even the designated lay ministry program in the United Church might cease to exist come October. So
Yeah.
that's another leadership aspect that could help congregations and ministers that won't exist.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so I'll offer my response to that in two ways. So I will say to those of you who are 21 and wanting to get ordained at 22 and doing that work, if we're doing the honest look, it's going to get worse before it gets better. So as these systems deconstruct, they have not yet deconstructed enough to answer your question in a way that makes any sense whatsoever. Because our systems are still so scared of their irrelevancy or their dying, and people in our positions, as well-meaning as they are still trying to contribute in the only ways that they know. And so these jobs perpetuate, right? So our systems are still, in one sense, it's too early. They're still too strong to go through the kinds of transformation that you're calling for. But my next call to you would be, that should piss you off, and I hope you inspire and aspire to continue to advocate and agitate the system, though it may take some time. To the rest of us, I would say that our job is, when we serve in positions of power and of resource, our faithful contribution is to reallocate as much money and freedom and permission giving as we can into spaces that are imagined by this generation. Because we're the ones who have the influence and hold that power for the time that we have it and hold it. And there's no other industry of any credibility or scale that does not have a research and development arm, except Protestant Christianity. And our research and development arms are sitting right there and back there and right over here and sprinkled among us, but we're starving them from the resources that are necessary in order to prototype and to create. And we don't have sufficient trust in our systems to grant them permission to risk anything. So our job is actually to let go, to fly loose on the yoke, and trust that we may crash, but we may not, and that would be fine. I mean, we're gonna crash anyway if we keep clinging the way that we are. So keep it up, keep pissing people off. Am I allowed to say? I'm saying this on the internet, sorry. And for us, lighten up, right? And move money in directions that are not about institutional maintenance. I'll say this one thing, I see you. Oh, you have a question? Oh, okay. Okay, well, let me just say this. What I hope was a byproduct for some of you about yesterday's exercise was that when we went to the year 2070, I hope it actually began to clarify what actually matters about church or about spirituality. And I hope that if I did the job well, we didn't have sufficient time, but if I have planted it well in you, then there will be a lightening of your load, in essence, that there will be a relief that I hope you feel, that the ways in which we're clinging to regional meetings and we're clinging to annual meetings in our congregations and we're clinging to Sunday attendance and all of these things, that in 2070, nobody mentioned that they would be gathering at a regional, Chinook Winds regional meeting, right? That never came up, did it? No. Right? We never, there were so many things that we practice today that we didn't even imagine in the year 2070. So when change is proposed, maybe fly loose, loosen the yoke. Let's try. If nobody's gonna die, give it a try.
Thank you. Thank you, Cameron. Do you have as we end this theme time, do you have a catchphrase or a slogan to sum this all up, to twig our memory? Like, yeah. Is it the yoke one, or what is it?
All right. So the motto I live by is, you can always have your way if you have enough ways.
Again?
You can. You can always have your way if you have enough ways. So that has served me well in life. I think probably it would help a few of us. So I offer that to you with love.
Well, thank you once again. Let's give another round of applause.
Okay, just hang on, just hang on. I was going to say, fierce conversations are what we need. The truth, said with love, is always welcome. And thank you so much for being with us, Cameron.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right. It's break time, and we're going to have 15 minutes. So I know, look at, you're all amazed. You see, if you torture people long enough, they love those little things in life. So 15 minutes, have a cookie. We'll see you back. of Jesus in my soul, and I'm so happy, so very happy. I have the love of Jesus in my heart. Can't remember how that starts, but anyways. Oh, I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart. Down in my heart. I've got the joy, 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 joy down in my heart. Down in my heart to stay. And here comes, and I'm so happy, so very happy. There you go. I have the love of Jesus in my heart, and I'm so happy, so very happy. I have the love of Jesus in my heart. Not even the love of Jesus can get you to sit down. Okay, we're back at 3:30. This is our last kick, right? We just have to hang in there. Yeah, we're going to make it to the end. We're going to hang in there, but we're going to start. This is our final sort of session before don't forget the service of celebration of ministry tomorrow and the banquet tonight. Important you be there, but I'm just going to, we have two things to talk to before we move into business. I'm going to invite John Pentland to come and talk about the Bill Phipps Fund. Okay, and I'm going to ask all the people talking at the door to just move your conversations outside. That's the best thing to do. Thank you. Okay, come on.
I just wanted to let people know that on Thursday evening there was an event at our church for the United Church Foundation. There's a fund being set up called the Bill Phipps Fund. I think there's a slide that might appear, I'm not sure. And this fund, the Bill Phipps Fund, is with the United Church Foundation. You can actually support it by going to hillhurstunited.life. If you can remember that, hillhurstunited.life. And they're collecting money. And I was thinking about this with Tony's presentation. Bill was one of the moderators that offered the second apology. And the funding is going to maintain indigenous people who are doing social justice work, as well as climate change. So I'm just going to tell you, if you go to type in Bill Phipps and YouTube, you'll see the service that we had on, or the event we had on Thursday, and there's an opportunity for you to give. He was part of this region and this conference for many years, and a beloved pastor, priest, and prophet, and we encourage you to give to that fund, which does great work in his name. So thank you.
Bill is definitely missed in our region, for sure. Of course, we are not just a region. We're part of the United Church of Canada. General Council has meetings regularly. I'm going to call on Vicki McPhee to come and give a report from the last General Council. It's the next one that's in Calgary, right? In our region. So it's going to be the best General Council ever, okay? Here's Vicki.
10 minutes. Okay, look, I officially have a mic. Everything happened so fast this morning that I didn't do the one thing that I wrote down on my list for covering Joanne for presiding officer, and that was to thank Joanne, because Joanne has been chairing this meeting, and I know how hard it is to deal with changing times, lunch not showing up, and technology. And you have a big team, but you're chairing, so thank you very much, Joanne. Okay, I'm not going to sit here. So, hello, my name is Vicki McPhee, and one of the things I did in 2022 was be a commissioner to General Council 44. I am not going to tell you about proposals. You can look those up yourself. The website's something like gc44.ca. You can go look and see what the proposals were and whether we voted on them as commissioners or whether they got punted to the General Council Executive. But I'm just going to give you a bit of an overview. First of all, a hero of GC44 and a member of the executive of our region is Alan Buckingham. He was the business chair, and he managed the business of the meeting. The General Council started in February of 2020 and concluded in August, people. It was all done by Zoom. So the meeting was constituted in February. We met through March and April for the the hearing phase of all the proposals. And then we met for 3 days straight in June for the discussion phase. And then we met for a number of days in July for the decision making. And as I already said, we didn't get to all of the proposals for voting. Many of them were handed over to the General Council Executive. Now, if you want to know if church is boring and old and static, and you're like, I don't know if going to a general council is something that's interesting, let me tell you about the drama of General Council 44, and then maybe you might be interested in being in person for General Council 45. There was high drama at this, and it's done on Zoom, remember? So one of the funniest things that happened over those times was the moderator, first of all, sadly, the moderator got COVID, but it's done by Zoom, so that doesn't mean he didn't keep working. And there was one point in which he got so flustered with whether something had passed or not passed with all this digital technology, he just blurted out, "Lord love a moose." And I think we were all just Zoom silly by then, but that was honestly one of the funniest things that happened in all of July. There was another dramatic moment that first of all, who was a commissioner for 44? Stand up, because I know I was not alone. I think Esther was there with her newborn, right? Yeah. So there was a number of commissioners. Thank you, everybody. It's not the totality of the commissioners, but there were several. I forget how many we had, Trina. I'm trying to remember how many from Chinook wins. Like 14 commissioners, 11? Anyway, we were into double digits. And so a low moment, although very dramatic, was a hot mic moment that took place in February. We still felt the ramifications of it in April, and then in June, and then in July. So let the lesson to you be that if you are not responsible for speaking, you must always make sure your mute button is pushed. So we were discussing the Israel-Palestine proposals, and there we had Jewish leaders on the call as well as Palestinian leaders, and somebody said something very unfortunate, and there were a lot of apologies that needed to be made. Now, we never like these moments to happen, and they are dreadfully uncomfortable. However, I will say, I think the United Church of Canada allowed for that to be a learning moment and modeled how it is that we can live out God's love in this world. It's difficult to do something new. And when somebody does something on Zoom and you have to figure out with the hundreds of people that are attending how to rectify that or how to reconcile, how to apologize, I think that the leaders in the United Church really put some time and effort in how to then come back to the commissioners, to all the constituency, and to work through a process that for some of us, I'm not going to say for all, but for some of us felt like we did as much as we could with the tools that we had at the time. So that was great kudos to the moderator, the general secretary, and to the other leaders that were brought in to try and recover a little bit from that moment. We elected Carmen Lansdowne to be moderator. That was very exciting, and she was installed as moderator in August. And let me just see what my list is. Yeah, so the next General Council is in Calgary at the Convention Center in 2025. The way that our church is structured, we will have to elect commissioners this time next year in 2024. And I don't know what promises, I'm not making any on behalf of Trina, but what has happened in the past is there's been some training and information given to commissioners ahead of time, so you're not walking in without, okay, good. So you're not walking in feeling like, I don't know what my responsibilities are. General Council is where some really big decisions have the opportunity to be made. The reason why we're talking about Remit 1 at this regional council is because that decision went to GC 44 and it progressed. And so because it progressed, it required a remit. And that's why we're here this weekend talking about Remit 1 and why hopefully all y'all will be talking about it at your leadership level in your communities of faith. And so over the next couple of years, you have the opportunity also to lift up proposals. So if you want a proposal to be brought to the wider church, you have to start with bringing them to the region. And so you have about a year to get your proposals ready, because if they're passed at region, they can be lifted up then to general council. You'll remember that it was at a general council that in 1988 that a tremendous vote was, or a vote was taken that had a tremendous impact on our church. And somebody asked me, well, I don't know if I'm voting, if I'm representing my congregation or the place that I work. And I said, you're voting for how the Spirit leads you. And it's been said that at the General Council in 1988, people came ready to vote no for the proposal to have, and I don't know the exact wording of the proposal, but essentially to have openly gay and lesbian ministers minister to the church. And people came prepared to vote no. And over the period of that week and discussions and small group discussions, people voted as the Spirit moved them. And as we well know now, that proposal passed. And that marks a tremendous moment in our United Church of Canada. It makes me very proud to be a minister today in the United Church. So, for all the drama, for all the ability to have the background story and know how proposals arrive at your congregations for voting on whether they go to remit or whether decisions are handed down to the communities of faith as information. Take the time to discern whether you would like to be a commissioner, and if you are able or not willing or not able to be a commissioner, I'm going to put a plug in for how can you volunteer and help, because I have been to 2 general councils. I have been to 3 general councils now, 2 in person, and volunteers make all the difference. It makes such a huge difference in the comfort, in the way that the day progresses. So if you can volunteer, that would be greatly appreciated. So I don't know if that was 10 minutes, but I'm going to take one more extra minute to plug something about myself. So if you have any questions about General Council, don't come talk to me. I can talk to you, but I'm leaving fairly soon. I got to go home. But that whole section over there knows a lot about General Council. I'm pointing over to that end of the room. Now, on a personal note, because nobody's come up to take the mic away from me yet, many of you know, or some of you might know, that I have just recently returned back to Canada. 2 weeks ago, I returned to Calgary from the West Bank. I spent 3 months living in the West Bank in the city of Hebron as an ecumenical accompanier with the EAPPI program. I could not advertise that before I left, because if that went out on social media, the state of Israel might not let me into the country. I would be happy, I would be pleased if you wanted to have a presentation or have a talk or have a discussion group about the impact of the occupation on not only the Palestinians, but the Israelis living in the area. I would be absolutely happy to come talk. One of my responsibilities as being an ecumenical accompanier is not only going and observing and making reports to the World Council of Churches, it is to do advocacy work when I come home. And so the EAPPI program, or EAPPI stands for Ecumenical Accompaniment Program in Palestine and Israel. So I just want to lift up that this is a program in which not only Palestinians are heard and sought out for conversation and learning, but also Israelis. And so, I'm going to have a stack of my business cards over at that table. Shauna, can you be me sitting over at that table? I'm going to go sit over at table number 1. If you're interested in maybe reaching out, I'll be pleased to hand out my business card. So thank you very much. That might be 10 minutes.
All right, we're getting to the place where we're going to have Best Picture soon. So this is nominations for our committees. So these are the Best Actor and Actress Awards. So thank you for all who volunteered. I'm inviting Tammy Allen forward because she's the chair of the nominations committee. She's sitting there thinking, I've never won an award in my life. It can't be me.
Never. First of all, I want to begin by thanking Chris Whitaker from Carstars Bancroft and Sue Broderick from Parkdale in Calgary for being a part of this committee with me. It's like herding cats, asking people, and we know that you're tired and we've been through 3 tough years. So my next thank you is to all of you who, with some coaxing and encouragement, did indeed let your names stand. So those of you that filled out those green pieces of paper or got back to me in the last few weeks online, I really appreciate that. And for those of you that have committed to willingness to be nominated to committee work, you will be hearing from the executive shortly and being connected with the right people to begin that work. This body has the responsibility for nominating those folks to the executive. And so I offer to you now the names of the 3 people that I would like to let you know will be the ones you are making that decision around. David Holmes from Lacombe, St. Andrews in Lacombe, Kim Holmes Younger from Parkdale in Calgary, and Trudy Wesley, who we met yesterday, and I'm not sure which pastoral charge, or Morley pastoral charge Trudy is connected with. So those are the 3 yellow names are the names of the new folk. The white names, of course, are the folk that are continuing on, and my gratitude to them as well. And I think we need to also thank those who have stepped down. That's Vicky, who you just heard from, and Kevin Dorma. I'm not sure if Kevin is still here. And the third, and Trevor Potter. Is that the 3? Yes.
And thank you to all of them for their service, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Kim, David, and Trudy, would you just stand so that folks know who the new folk are?
Trudy's
There's
not
David.
here.
Trudy's not here. And Kim is right there. And then the rest of the executive, why don't you stand too, just so folks know who the whole crew is again. Thank you.
That spilt water is going to be the worst thing that happens in the next 2 hours, I promise it. Okay, we have to have an election, friends, over the nomination slate. So I'm going to invite Mauricio to send that out. We'll try not to be anxious about when ballots arrive to us, but it will come to you via email. If you would like to vote with a paper copy, can you please see the business table? So I'll ask the presiding officer, could you please initiate a ballot for nomination slate?
All right, send out the ballot, Mauricio.
So may we have the nomination slate put back up onto the
You're electing
screen,
a
please?
slate.
What did I say? Wrong?
I didn't know you didn't.
Oh, okay. There we are. Yes, so the yellow names, those are the new additions to the executive. These are the names being presented to you by the nominations committee, and you're giving it an up or a down.
You're electing the whole slate. You have to look later. We need the Jeopardy
I see that we're
music.
getting votes, so please check your emails. Thumbs up if you have received an email. Thumbs up if you have not received an email. Okay, we'll just continue to wait. Just continuing to wait for a few more ballots to be received. Remember to check your junk folders if you've not received it yet. If you have not yet received an email by this point, I'll ask you to please go retrieve a paper ballot to vote. All right. Presiding officer, I'd ask that you close the vote.
The vote will be closed now. Having reviewed the votes, that motion, that slate of nominations is passed. Thank you all.
And just to follow up on Tammy's comments, the other committees are considered operational committees, which is why they're not voted on in the floor of the meeting. Those are appointed by executive or by staff, depending on the committee.
Alan, could you please bring up decision phase on PowerPoint? Friends, we'll be moving now to a decision phase on Remit 1. So we did not have a discussion phase on this remit, as we are not able to change it. We have received this from another court, so no amendments may be made to this. It is just a yes or a no vote. However, we may have debate about whether we should support it or defeat it. So I would ask the presiding officer to initiate that discussion. Or debate, initiate debate.
All right, we initiate debate. You come forward to the mics if you'd like to have something to say about this remit. Please make sure that you say your name and the pastoral charge of the community of faith that you are from.
I wanted to say one more thing. I noticed this in the time we had with Cameron, a lot of ice cream cones out there from the clergy, but I noticed the lay people, they're very direct speakers. Shauna Gates, I saw you talking right into the mic, but I won't name the clergy who are ice cream coning it. So when you talk, talking like this so no one can hear you. Talk directly into the microphone, please. Okay, pardon me.
All right, 2 stations are set up, so anybody who would like to debate this remit, please make your way to the mics.
Susan Lukey, High River United Church. I speak in favor of this remit. I can't imagine us not accepting it. What would that say about our commitment to truth and reconciliation? I heard concerns about finances, about other issues, but I think this is a place of trust and moving forward, so I speak in favor of this remit.
Mary Beth DeGreiter from Knox United Church in Tabor. I also wholeheartedly agree with this remit. Years ago, under the label of colonization, we stole so much from the Indigenous people, and it is high time that we give autonomy back. We live in a time where we're trying to embrace truth and justice, and this is but one small but significant step forward in doing that.
Hello, Tony Snow from.
Oh yeah, good.
Tony Snow from the Chinook Winds region. I likely will not get to vote on this, as I normally am not voting on anything in the church. But this is interesting. As an advisor to the region, as an employee of the region, I have particular interests in where this is going. I am not sure and sort of hesitant about this direction, especially as we try to decolonize a process that has been embedded in colonization. There has to be, I think, more autonomy to the groups that are going to be affected by this, and the ability to opt out on that, which may happen. And so there's a number of different variables. As I said earlier, very much like the conference process that we had at the beginning with the separation of the Indigenous churches into their own form. And so are we going back to that? How has that changed in terms of the United Church and the role? How do we transition between those spaces? What if we run into problems? There's a lot of variables for me in how this is being formed and how that will affect the outcomes for particular audiences, particular groups. We have individuals, especially in the Office of Vocation area, who are Indigenous, who have not been in the Indigenous stream. And I'm not sure that they were ever offered that. And so, and for my ordination, I was not offered the ability to move between, because all of my career here within the United Church has been with the region. And that was not listened to or understood. And so I'm wary about that, because I have a sister coming through this process, and we'll have others that will come through this process. So I'm very concerned in a way, and as people have asked what my position is, and because I can't really vote on this, that it is, Trina's checking her watch.
I got the time.
Okay. But that's all I really wanted to say is that it's a difficult choice, and I understand if those people want to have more information or vote at this time to kind of wait until that kind of gets flushed out. Thanks.
Go ahead. Sue Broderick, Parkdale United Church. I wasn't going to speak, but having heard Tony, that helped lift the fear of me speaking at this. My big fear, and my council has already started to talk about this, money is one of the issues which we don't know about, but to have autonomy, yes, I know dual belonging is what it's about, but it looks and feels like the Indigenous United Church of Canada and the Settler United Church of Canada, instead of reconciliation and coming together, because we don't know, and again, we won't have the answers of the dual belonging. And if there isn't the dual belonging from the Indigenous community, we're two, in my mind, it looks like two churches of the United Church of Canada. And so that's a big concern of mine.
Slibber, Shilhurst United Church. I echo what Sue's saying around, I think there's a lot of autonomous is being used, autonomy is being used to honor, but I don't think there's enough language around exactly what the structure of the funding's going to be, and as Tony's saying, the just around the structure. I don't feel like the Indigenous organization, the National Indigenous Organization, is mature enough yet to, in its state to, I've actually been supervising Tony for a couple of years, and there's been a lot of confusion left with who holds what, and so I don't see that level of maturity yet to be autonomous yet. But I do think that if we're going to have these in two separate places, it kind of looks like we're going backwards instead of forward. I feel like what I'd like to say is that the United Church is going to be very clear about what its commitment level is to the National Indigenous Organization within its own church, and the funding that they're going to be making sure happens every year.
Hello, my name is Carrie, and I'm from Hannah. All I've got to say is we've got one God in three persons, distinct and their own. They're not alike. They're not the same.
We have a few online comments, and then we'll go to Kathy.
So comment from Diane Paley at St. Thomas. I'm thinking this alienates our relationship rather than supporting inclusiveness, welcoming, learning about their culture. It's sending them away rather than trying to understand them.
Okay. All right, Kathy?
One of the commissioners
You need to say your name and your...
Kathy Yamashita, a member of the Chinook Executive and your secretary today. I was one of the General Council 44 commissioners. We were broken into small groups that met several times through the year. Through that, I was in conversation with people who were Indigenous, and I benefited greatly from their words and from their experiences. Are we going to lose them altogether then? If they form their own structure, we will have nothing to do with them anymore. That is not something I'm really happy about, sorry.
Alan Buckingham, Ralph Connor Memorial in Canmore and Banff. To me, this is actually the settler church recognizing that we, as settlers, never should have taken the control that we had, and that we want to enter into a dialogue to see how we work together as a coherent church. And so if we don't say, I don't like that we're giving the language of giving power to it, like we never should have had in the first place. And so now we're going to start a conversation, and our partners in that conversation are taking the time and figuring out what they need to do, which is fantastic. And we're saying we're going to let that conversation happen the way it needs to happen. And we're going to recognize that we never should have put ourselves in the place to feel like we're giving back control, or there's none of that. We're recognizing we never should have had it. Thank you.
Sarah Wallace, and I don't really have a congregation that I'm an orphan, but anyway, I have no doubt that the indigenous people who've been living in this country for at least 10,000 years and were running their own affairs could handle their own situation, their own organization. The only thing is that I hope that we build bridges between the two different organizations. Build bridges of love and understanding.
Mark Dukowski from the Okotoks De Winton Community of Faith, and I fully support the proposal. Considering the desirable future, it would be with the Indigenous people having all the autonomy they need and they want. We don't have a real good track record of thinking we have the right to be in charge. And my predictable future is that we will learn from their church, from their vision of the United Church. Thank you.
Just one more online comment first, and then we'll come to you.
So this is from Carol at Southminster. As one trying to set some support on Kayanni Reserve to fill in some of the gaps in the systems, both social, traditional, and a candidate for ordained ministry, I was asked recently what resources would be used. In reply to money and resources, we as students already need bivocational work that is often needed to support clergy and families because the starting wages aren't enough. So we already are having outside work.
Elvira Goodeye, Coronation veteran and caster. I'm also a member of the Being Good Relations, and I've been working at this for some time. Can you hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
And I really felt that we as allies were kicked in the face when this happened. You know, it seemed like they didn't want us, that we weren't sufficient as allies, that our attempts to reach out and respect them had not been received. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Spice, retired, currently helping out at Okotoks De Winton, Diamond Valley. A couple of things I have to remind myself about is, first of all, this is about the Indigenous communities of faith. We're not talking about all Indigenous people across the United Church of Canada, and so this is a motion that the Indigenous communities of faith have asked for this. And they have asked to be autonomous, that we would remove the barriers from our own polity so that they may be already, if they wanted to leave, they would have left the United Church of Canada. They are United Church of Canada folks. And this United Church, our own polity, is in the way of autonomy. Also a reminder that we've had all Native Circle before. We've had all tribes presbytery in our areas, and it had its challenges, but I guess what I'm trying to say is we don't get to say. we don't get to say. It's not like we're talking about children in our house that we don't get to determine whether they have got their learner's license enough so that they can drive on their own. They're asking for it. I would speak in favor of the motion. Thanks.
is Paul Mullen, itinerant retired minister from Calgary, Hillhurst. This whole motion brings up an image in my mind, and that tells me that, like most of our Indigenous congregations are, in fact, in Eastern Canada, and they, at a general council way back when, sometime in the 90s, they presented the two-row wampum. Is that a familiar term? Does anybody know what the two-row wampum is? See some heads nod, but a lot not are shaken. So that, just very quickly, it was a beaded kind of belt shape, but it on a white background with two stripes running right along the middle. And they explained to us what it meant was the white was a river, and there were two canoes traveling down the river side by side. And I'm really hearing that concept in this. And I think from my point of view, yes, there may be cost to it, and we better be prepared to pay them. And I think there's time to go through this, because these things don't happen like in 30 seconds. Like we did with the residential schools, we used that time to set aside monies so that if the request comes, we can answer it. Yes, there will be risks. We better take them. Yes, there will be confusion. We just learned a whole process about how to get through that. So long story short, I'm in favor of the motion.
Another online comment?
So from Elaine Mansfield of High River United Church, and her words are, if we say no, are we not acting still like colonials?
Pam Rocker, Affirming Connections, Chinook region. I wish I could have been part of more conversations, understanding how this was approved, and to have more context. Absolutely, I think that would benefit all of us. But outside of that, I just want to say this reminds me of how much we have to decolonize the way that we think about everything. Because if this was like a queer organization, for example, and somebody was saying, well, we don't think they're mature enough to make decisions. When you are underrepresented, underfunded, invited to self-exile all the time from a religious institution that you've devoted your life to, yeah, maybe there's a couple hurdles you have that other people don't. But that's so offensive to me, that idea. So this reminds me, just like we have so much internal work to do of how we view all of this, including me, but I just can't let that sit there. Because I would never want somebody to say that about my community that's been exiled.
I am Shane. I'm from Knox in Tabor and St. Paul's in Milk River. As an Indigenous person myself of Cree and Métis heritage, this has been interesting to hear. I personally feel that it is something that the Indigenous Church already has shown that they want to be in partnership. They aren't asking to leave. They aren't just abandoning the United Church. They're wanting to stay within us, to work alongside us, and to be in partnership. They could have, in the past, how many decades left? They could have said, no, you guys had residential schools. Why would we want to be a part of an organization like that? So I think we need to expand our thinking, and the thought of being not mature enough, being myself, being too-spirited, and because of my age, that's something I've had to face my whole life, especially in the churches. And even in the United Church, I face that every day, that because of my age, I shouldn't be where I am. And people think just because of the age that I'm immature, that my discernment hasn't been long enough, that I haven't taken the time to learn anything. And there are people that are against it and against me for those reasons. So I would speak in favor of this, and to just think on that a bit. Thank you.
All right, having heard both in favor and against this remit, we are going to call the question. You will be sent a ballot, and then we will determine what our decision is from Chinook Winds Region.
Okay, just to move efficiently, we're going to allow you to vote as the ballot comes in, but we're going to begin presenting the next material just because this balloting takes time with using this platform. So Alan, I'll ask if you can bring up the Word document with the proposals. So as those are coming in, and I'll remember to check in with you as well, but as it comes in, you're invited to vote as well. And we'll go to Proposal 1. All right. Business Committee received your feedback from the discussion phase yesterday, and we thank you for it. Based on what we have received from you, we have made only a single change to this motion. However, I do wish to clarify some of the remarks that we did receive. Just as was discussed last day, we're not in this proposal, we're not talking about our individual communities of faith. We're just talking about the work of this body. So us gathering in these meetings, our regional council office, the travel that we all do to be here, and the travel of the staff, that's what would be assessed. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong one. Well, let's go to 1, shall we? It's been a long day. We'll do that one after. Okay, what did we change on this one? Oh, we only made one change. We changed the age of the year. We've heard your feedback, and that is to extend this up to 30 years old. Here's how we're going to do this, because I know the manual. Here's what the manual says at C12B. The Regional Council determines for itself the best way to respect this balance, which may include adding lay members to ensure diversity or particular experience and competencies within the Regional Council. So if we were to pass this is how we would do it. We, as the Regional Council, have the power to determine what our membership is to make up these diversity and experiences that we mentioned. So we would just expand the Youth Council to make it to the threshold of that 5%. So that, if you're questioning about how that would happen, your individual communities of faith can continue to just vote for whomever you wish as your representative. If they are someone under 30, we'll certainly count them in that number as well. But the way that we address it is by expanding Youth Council with this provision we receive in the manual. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Should we check on our ballot? All right, if you've not yet received a electronic ballot for Remit 1, I'll ask you to go to the business table to receive a paper ballot. And I'll ask the presiding officer to please initiate debate on Proposal 1.
All right, while we are doing that as well, I'm going to invite people to come to the mics if you would like to speak in favor of or against Proposal 1. Okay, we're just getting a little technical difficulty, well, procedural difficulty. We're getting the mover and the seconder on this proposal.
No, we have that. Okay. Sorry, pardon me.
The business committee can move it, Taylor.
Sorry, pardon me. I have it right.
All right, while we're doing that, we can start conversation. At the mic, Sam?
Samuel Grottenberg.
Hang on 1 second. We got to get this conversation done. Are we good, Taylor?
Yes, yeah.
We're good. All right, Sam, go ahead.
Samuel Grottenberg. I'm in favor of the motion, broadly speaking. I do have just one clarification question because we glossed over this yesterday. If the mechanism by which this ends up being achieved is the Youth Council, does that mean that these voting members of the Regional Council or voters at the Regional Council would not necessarily have to meet the test of full membership through confirmation or profession of faith?
This is a question. We did discuss this yesterday. Taylor, did you want to speak to that? Okay, so the question Sam has is, if we can just add to the Regional Council, does that mean they don't have to be members and confirmed in order to be part of the Youth Council?
That's correct. We could pick any Joe Blow off the street and we could name them a member of the Regional Council, so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that, just for clarification, the barrier that would be you have to have been confirmed and become a member of the United Church would be removed if we so choose from the Youth Council membership and thus voting members of this body.
Okay, and I want to follow up on it because I think that mischaracterizes a little bit what my point is. Removing barriers is important. However, that requirement for membership and profession of faith in the church is a core part of our ecclesiology as professing Christians. And so while I wholeheartedly want to see this reality come true, I'm against the mechanism being used, being the back door, as it were, of the Youth Council. I think the the congregations need to be electing properly young people. So thank you.
I just want to clarify that I'm not endorsing one way or the other. I'm just saying what is legal for us to do.
But just to speak to it, we can't just add people. The only way we can add people is for balance. So that's the only way we can justify it. So it's not really a backdoor. It's just the only way.
Shane Goldie from Knox and St. Paul's. I would vote in favor of the motion. Is that what I said? Yes. Because it doesn't affect the representatives that each church currently gets. And in my understanding, the United Church has been in conversations about what membership looks like and how that will be looking in the future. So our definition of what membership is and confirmation and professions of faith is to become an official member of our denomination. But we are all part of God's family, so it doesn't matter to me, it shouldn't affect if a youth or anyone is a member, if they're an adherent who is participating and wants to be involved in the life and work of the United Church, they should be classified and seen as members. Thank you.
Bob Wallace, Burdett, Bow Island, Pastoral Charge. Stand up and hold it up where it's closer. If we were to use the add diversity feature of the manual for any other class of persons, I hate that term, but you know what I'm saying, do they have to be members? In other words, if we were to find a female lay who needs to be added to the roll, would they have to be a member?
We looked and we couldn't find any requirement that says you have to be a member. It says you have to be elected by the regional council or appointed by the regional council, and so we can appoint whomever.
Okay, so we're not setting up two standards or
No.
two classes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russell. I'm from Hillhurst United. I would like to say that I would be in favor of this proposal. I would like to echo some of the words that were in the proposal and deeply thank those who remember 1st, 5th, 20th, 50th, and so on of meetings of the United Church of Canada, because as I've said many times, the maximum level of adversity that I can handle is what's currently out there. And the fact that people came before me to make the church gay affirming, the fact that people came before me to ordain women, the fact that people came before me to make the United Church what I love, thank you, deeply, sincerely. And as we go forward into the future, I think that having a at least 5% voting requirement for younger people in the first third is perfectly reasonable. The United Church, I believe, can get 6 or 7 people under the age of 30 to come here. We're not that bad, right? We're not that uncool. But I would like to also acknowledge that there are some concerns about this, and that we have been given by our theme speaker ways to navigate that. So thank you to all those who have come before me. Thank you to all those who are standing alongside. And thank you to everyone who's going to be born well after I am. Thank you for your participation in the United Church.
Kim Holmes, Younger with Parkdale United Church. I'm not sure why people think this is a punishment. This is actually a really good thing, and I'm supporting it because what we're saying is let's encourage our younger people to get here. Like, why is this a thing? So let's get younger people to come here and be a part of our church, not just on Sunday mornings, but a part of our polity. This is not a punishment. This is an amazing thing. So please consider that.
All right, seeing that there are no more people who want to comment. Oh, there is. Here.
Okay. As the mover, I am speaking for this motion. I am Rhonda Gower from Gates Memorial in Red Deer, member of the Youth Council. And I would like to say that we are grateful for the wisdom and traditions and advocacy and leadership and love and stewardship and experience of our founding generations. Without you, we wouldn't be here. As we find ourselves at this crossroads and we are imagining the future of the United Church, all we seek is your permission and structural change in order to have the opportunities we need in order to usher in the young church. Let us participate in the full life of the United Church. Let there be a demand for us. We will meet it. You have a say in the future and the longevity of this region. Let the Youth Council here at this meeting be proof that there is a desire among young people to participate The scripture that has fed us and guided this council over our months of work together is 1 Timothy 4:12. Don't let anyone think less of you because you are young. Be an example to all believers in what you say, in the way you live, in your love, your faith, and your purity. Thank you.
No, sorry, we just don't say, we don't express ourselves in favor or against. Thank you for your comments. That's all I was going to say. All right, we're going to call the question on this one, so I'm going to ask Maurizio to please send out that. In the meantime, are we good on the remit one? We have closed remit 1.
Can I have a third arm?
All right, having reviewed the votes both sent electronically and paper ballots, that remit 1 passes. That's a yes, and we will forward that to General Counsel. You can do whatever you want in your inside voice.
You may be continuing to receive a ballot for Proposal 1. I'll encourage you to continue to vote for it. If you need a paper ballot, please see the business table. We'll continue to have that ballot open while people are speaking. When you receive it, you may continue to vote. However, we will move to Proposal 2, please. On your ballot, the options are randomized. So yes and no is not going to be in the same place every time you receive a ballot. So just be cautious of that. For Proposal 1, we've closed comments. So I'm sorry. All right, Proposal 2. So, as I was saying when I was much confused, there was some confusion in the responses that we received about what this was referring to, about who would be receiving this energy audit. So it would be the work of the the regional council specifically. So this body and its work, when we gather, when we travel, the regional council office, the travel of the staff, that building specifically, not all of our communities of faith. So I'm just going to say this, you can do whatever you want, but I'm going to say there may be a temptation for someone to separate the items of this proposal from paragraph 2 on. I would discourage that because you might think that this is actually asking 2 separate things, but it is actually not. Paragraph 2 is a follow-up to paragraph 1, is saying if we do paragraph 1, we would only encourage this action to happen within our communities of faith. It makes no directive towards them. It's just strongly encourage. All right. Regarding the wording, we've just cleaned up just the wording of the proposal, but we on the business committee believe that we have received no strong mandate to make any changes to this proposal as written. Presiding officer, I would invite you to begin debate on Proposal 2.
All right, debate can begin.
Can you read it out, some of that?
Oh, yes, I was supposed to read out the last one too. Oh, I've got it.
It's up there.
Be it resolved that Chinook Winds Regional Council perform an energy audit of emissions produced in the course of its work, including regional gatherings, staff travel, events, including buildings, transportation, and waste. That Chinook Winds Regional Council strongly encourages communities of faith to provide an energy audit to be included with the 2024 self-assessment annual report provided to the region. That the Chinook Winds Regional Council report on its carbon emissions and on all audits reported from communities of faith at the 2024 regional gathering.
All right, having heard that proposal, we are opening for debate. Please say whether you are speaking in favor or against the proposal and give your name and community of faith.
I am Shane from Knox, Tabor, and St. Paul's and Milk River. I would vote in favor of the motion.
The proposal.
Proposal. Haha. See, I'm learning too. The only thing I would need can I ask a clarifying? No.
You may not.
No, it's
That's
just to
the
speak an
proposal.
opinion. The clarifying questions were yesterday.
Okay.
I mean,
So if you vote yes, you vote for everything that's in here.
if it's a process question, ask it and it will answer
Okay.
it.
Seeing as the collaborative work within the regional council executives, members, employees, whatever everyone is, with Pacific Mountain Region, with them going back and forth, would that be, because one thing our table discussed was to have that as a shared cost. If they're working in both regions and traveling back and forth, it should be a shared cost for that report.
I think it's out of order for the motion, but it is a shared cost.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Dave Goodwin from Stettler. I'm going to be against the motion. I think that funds are much better spent on relieving and remediating the loss of what do we call it? The energy use and so forth, rather than having another study. I think we all know that the studies just seem to sit and gather dust in all other places. So I would be against this motion and rather see the funding to remediate the problems.
Others in favor or opposed? Go ahead.
Mark Dikoski, Okotoks to Winton Community of Faith. I think that we're all talking about wanting to increase the influence and participation of the youth. Well, we're in a good position now of seeing what that's going to look like. And these are issues that are very important to the youth. We have to learn to respect them and realizing it may not be important to me or to people from my generation, but it is certainly important to the youth, and so we should respect that and go with it. And the other reason is, don't forget, the youth that are here today, chances are they'll be choosing the nursing homes that we get in. Thank you.
Dave Holmes, St. Andrews Lacombe. We just did our own energy audit. Most granting agencies require this if you are going to get grants to remediate the problems. What the purpose of these things are is to identify the problems in a very specific way. So I understand this as being the first step towards concrete action. Without this step, we don't know what concrete action to take.
All right. Oh, one more.
My name is Kamal Malik from McDougall United in Calgary. Look outside, look around. There are more than 100 current wildfires burning in our beautiful province. Everyone remembers the heat on Thursday and the extra bipolar climate that we've been through these last few years. These are all directly impacted by the effects of climate change and the accelerated warming of our planet. Proposal 2, GROG, allows for a concrete baseline of data to the church's carbon footprint, and specifically the Chinook Winds Regional Council's office's footprint. As many of us know, the church already has a plan in place to reduce our global carbon emissions by 80% for 2030. With the data from this proposal, our development of action plans towards the national target would be facilitated and kickstarted. We must work together as a community and as individuals to take the steps against climate change, not only for ourselves, but for the generations to come, for the future of our church, and for our beloved planet. Thank you.
All right, having heard from the Youth Council that moved that motion, we're going to close debate on this and call the question. Maurizio, please send out the question and the vote for Proposal 2. And we are closing voting for Proposal 1. All right, having reviewed the electronic and the paper ballots, Proposal 1 passes.
While we are waiting for you to receive your ballot for Proposal 2, GROG, I would like to make a note to you regarding Remit 1. We have voted for it here in this body, but your communities of faith all also need to vote on it at your board or council level. It is not a congregational vote, as we heard in the video that we saw on this. You will have to do this by March 31st, 2024. So you may wish to initiate some discussion on it in the spring and perhaps revisit it for a vote in the fall in your communities of faith. But just you need to know that you need to start working on that. March 31st, 2024. Thumbs up if you have received a ballot for Proposal 2. Thumbs up if you have not received a ballot on Proposal 2. All right, well, we will continue to be non-anxious about the timing that it takes, and it will come to us in good time.
The list of gratitudes, is that what's next?
Yeah, I'll go get it.
I'll get it.
It's right by my computer. Got a ways to go. We could move on to gratitudes. No. I don't think there's much other than stuff for tomorrow. Yeah. It won't let you. It shouldn't let you, though. It won't take the second vote. Yeah.
All right, order please, order. If you have not yet received an electronic ballot, I'll ask you to please go to the business table to receive a paper ballot at this time.
It's not already closed. No, we close the vote? Yeah. Okay. All right, so as soon as we receive, has anyone asked for a paper ballot? Okay, there's one there. We are going to close the voting on this proposal 2. Having reviewed both the electronic and the paper ballots, proposal 2 is passed.
Joyfully, that brings me to the end of my work. I will not be returning as the business chair next year, not because I don't love it. This was a hard one this meeting though. I will be moving on. I've been named as the chair of the planning committee for the 45th General Council. I want to thank Trina and the executive committee for nominating me.
I really didn't consider the implications of nominating you for that, did I? Thank you for all that you've done.
We have 2 things left on our agenda before supper. One is first this, to say thanks to so many people, and then our closing worship. So we're going to go through this quickly, not because you're not important, we don't love you, but because we all like to eat. So first of all, thank you to the business team, especially Taylor. I got to tell you, without Taylor, this being the first time on planning an agenda, and with Trina on sabbatical, this event would not have happened. It would have been free time all the time. So thank you, Taylor, for that. All right, we're going to hold our applause to the end because we want to get through this. Barb Law, thank you. Kathy Yamashita, Owang Kwan, thank you so much. Thank you to the tech people. Al's Audio here from Medicine Hat. Thank you so much for your flexibility and all the requests that we make. Want to say a special thanks to Alan and Michelle, who are our online hosts, and they ended up doing more than they anticipated they would. So we are so grateful. Yeah, if you want to do the jazz hands to thank people, you can do that. Theme and worship people, thank you so much. Susan Lukey for the celebration of ministry that we'll have on tomorrow. Trevor Potter, the chair. Kim Holmes Younger, especially her dad, for the crossroads signs. Mion Kim, Sandra Child, thank you for bringing us inspiring worship. To the staff, oh my goodness, they've been on a long time. Special shout out to Jess and Mauricio for all the extra work they've done. You wouldn't believe how many runs to Staples Jess has done since she got here. So thank you so much to Tony Snow for participating so fully in our AGM and all the wisdom he brought. Shelley Denhan for the artwork and the logo. Thanks to Fifth Avenue Memorial for such great hospitality, which also includes Westminster and Redcliffe and other people. Thank you so much. It's gone above and beyond, and we are so grateful, especially to David Pollard. who's been staying late and cleaning up the tables because you people forget to do that. So let's not forget today. Thank you to Dave Pollard, to Carol Hilson, and to Peel from Fifth Avenue Memorial. They have been just great. We want to thank Pam Rocker and the Affirming team for our Affirming celebration last night. Thank you so much for ushering us, Affirming team, through this Affirming process. We really want to thank Revolve for being here. Aren't they amazing is the note I have here, and it's been so great. That music has really enhanced us. The First Third team, the Youth Council for being here. Pamela, Natalia, Chris, and Mary as well. So great to hear the voices of youth. And see, you brought a proposal and it passed, so there you go. To Japheth for being here with us. We'll hear him tomorrow at the Celebration of Ministry, our General Council guest, and he'll be preaching. So great to have you here and to be with us. And to the City of Medicine Hat for free parking. We thank them as well. Trina went on sabbatical and then she came home. When was it that you got back?
On April 1st.
April 1st. And this is just barely a month later. And you would not believe how many times during that process we were like, well, Trina would know. Oh, well, let's just wait till Trina gets back. So you can imagine the avalanche of AGM plus everything else that sat on her desk when she came back. So usually people buy Trina wine. I don't know. I'm not commenting on why, but I don't drink wine. I know nothing about wine at all. In fact, I have served non-alcoholic wine at my house and people have, retched at that. So thinking the Chinook Winds executive is so grateful for your leadership, so grateful for your leadership. And having seen her through this AGM and see how much Trina is on all the time, we elected to give her a day at the Kananaskis Nordic Spa in thanks, as a thank you next time that she is here, because you have been such a gracious leader and helpful to us, and thank you so much. This AGM, without Taylor and Trina, like I said, free time for everyone. Maybe we'll try that next year. So thank you all for attending, everyone who came. You have given a lot of time to this church. This church that some think are failing, this church that is struggling, and yet you bring your energy, you bring your inspiration and your vision to this table, and with God among us, we will be the United Church of Canada for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we also need to take a moment to thank our fearless leader. Joanne has really stepped into the fray, and when she agreed to this job, I don't think she quite knew what she was getting into. But she has danced through all that we've asked her to do with grace, and we're so lucky to have her in this leadership role, and her visionary leadership and her beautiful voice are leading us so well. And so please, a round of applause to thank Joanne.
So I know this has been a long weekend, and I know everyone is a little bit burnt out. So let's stand up. Let's sing some songs, and I invite you for the next half an hour for this to be a time of renewal, not another thing to do. So breathe into this worship service, please.
Let's sing. We are pilgrims on a journey, fellow travelers on the road. We are here to help each other walk the mile and bear the load. Oh, and won't you let me be your servant? Let me be as Christ to you. Pray that I may have the grace to let you be my servant too. I will hold the Christ light for you in the night time of your fears. I will hold my hand out to you, speak the peace you long to hear. I will weep when you are weeping, when you laugh, I laugh with you. I will share your joy and sorrow till we've seen this journey through. When we sing to God in heaven, we shall find such harmony. We'll know all we've known together of Christ's love and agony. We're going to sing again. Don't sit down. We have another one. Remember 3 days ago? We sang this song with you, and it was 34 degrees in here. Remember that? It's not 34 degrees, so thanks be to God. And but we can move a little bit. But look, we're already using our fans again. Hey, we heat this place up. This is a song about mission. And we need our whole bodies for that. So get in touch with your body. I need to move. I need to go. I need to change with what I know. I need to act. I need to flow. I need to move. I need to go. If not me, then who is going to tell the story? There's a mission and a call I can't deny. I have heard the voices cry beneath oppression. I will speak for justice underneath this sky. Are you ready? I need to move. I need to go. I need to change with what I know. I need to act. I need to flow. I need to move. I need to go. From the edges and the margins comes a vision, a prophetic voice for peace arising strong. We are citizens who seek to move an empire. Like a steady current, change is coming on. Are you ready for it? I need to move. I need to go. I need to change with what I know. I need to act. I need to flow. I need to move. I need to go. The gospel bridge now. Let the people who have ears now let them hear. And it goes, let them hear. Let them hear. Let the people who have eyes now let them see. Let them see. That's right. Let them see. Let the radical disciples stir within. Stir within. Stir within. Stir within. Make your living salty, colorful, and free. go. I need to change with what I know. I need to act. I need to flow. I need to move. I need to go. Last verse. There's a journey with a purpose I must follow, even if the road ahead be hard and long. Like a shining light that's placed upon a mountain, there's a dream of light arising in my soul. I need to move, I need to go, I need to change with what I know. I need to act, I need to flow, I need to move, I need to go. One more time, I need to move, I need to go, I need to change with what I know. I need to act, I need to flow, I need to move, I need to go. All right.
Thank you. If everyone could reach in to the little cupcake things and find a key. And when you have a key, hold it up in the air. You don't have to sit down if you don't want to. We're going to pray, and it's okay to stand and pray. So let us begin our worship service with these keys. Start by thoughtfully considering this object. What is it? What do you use it for? What attracted you to this key? How does it feel in your hand? Can you connect this key to a person in your life? In the life of your church? What does it say about your relationship with God? Does this key open any doors for you? Amen. You may be seated. I'm going to invite Mian up. Oh, she's going to sit right there. Okay, perfect.
Thus says the Lord, stand at the crossroads, the junctions, the crossings, the intersections, the turning points, the questioning, the challenges, the hypocrisies.
The intersections, indigenous and settler, truth and reconciliation, intercultural, intergenerational, affirming. Thus says the Lord, stand at the crossroads, and look and ask for the ancient paths, the everlasting ways, the eternal presence, where the good way lies, and walk in it, and find rest and breath for your souls.
Now, is this mic working? I'm going to do a godly play. So who knows what a godly play is? Okay, who's taken the course? Okay, just forget everything I'm going to do. And be really gracious with me, please. This is my first godly play. So please extend grace. It's really important that we see what's going on. So if you are fine not seeing, that's great. But if you'd like to come closer and maybe sit up here, I will be doing it up here. But there's some more chairs here. If the youth want to come forward and and kind of sit on the stage, that's great. It's up to you guys. Make sure you touch things, okay, Shane? Like, make sure you grab everything. So we've been talking a lot about crossroads this weekend, which is just another word for decision-making, discerning. Which way should we go? What door should we walk through? What key or keys do we use to discern? And Jesus' parables often leave us at a crossroads, wondering what the heck is going on. A time of wondering, using our imagination. So I now invite you to join me in a time of wondering. Perhaps as we come to a different crossroad, this godly play will help you discern, wonder in a curious way, causing us to ask new and different questions than we did before. Perhaps it might give us a new tool or tools as we face the crossroads of our lives. That sounds a lot like days of our lives, if you are old enough to remember that. There once was a desert, a great desert. In the middle of this great desert was a deep well. It was so deep that people could no longer reach the water to drink. They could not even see or for people to eat. So everybody hurried across this desert. One day, a person crossed the desert without water. And when the person came to the well, the person took time. There was no hurry. The person looked at the well and the little golden strands. In the desert. And the person picked up the rusty buckets, the rusty objects, but no one could remember what it was for. It was like a big cup you could just carry around. But where would a person get water? The person looked again and kicked those golden threads around. They seemed out of place. What were they? Other people thought they were silly and they just kept on walking. But this person took time. This person went back to the big cup with a handle and then to the deep well. And this person began walking around, picking up those golden threads and tying them together. And this person lowered the bucket into the well and drew forth the refreshing water. The person tasted the water and was changed. When the person went on the way, the bucket and the many strands were left. So the next person could also taste the water. Here, can you taste the water? Now I wonder what this well could really be. And I wonder what this desert could really be. And I wonder if you've ever crossed a desert. I wonder if you've ever came across the golden threads. And I wonder what these golden threads could be. And I wonder why that person stopped and wondered. And I wonder how to wonder. And I wonder why. Thank you. We continue our at the threshold. I'm going to invite Reverend Andrea Irwin to talk about her crossroads. Did I say crossroads or threshold or something? I don't know what I said, whatever. I'm tired. Crossroads. Come on up, Andrea. Thank you.
Ooh, that desert and that well look awfully familiar. Hi, everyone. My name is Andrea Irwin, and I serve as the Associate Minister of Hillhurst United Church alongside Reverend John Pentland and our Executive Director, Ann Yates LaBerge, who are sitting on the side. That will be an important part of this testimony. When I was asked if I wanted to offer a testimony on a time when I stood at the crossroads of life, I realized that offering this testimony in this room at this time meant there was only one crossroads I could really talk about, and that is the crossroads of call. In the middle of a global pandemic, when I, along with many of you, were answering up to 37 Zoom calls a day because no one was meeting in person, when churches closed their doors not knowing if they would ever open again, when the needs of our congregations shifted seemingly overnight, and no one could articulate what those needs were, I received a phone call from John Pentland telling me that Hillhurst, of all things, was looking to hire. Now, you should know that there are two things over the course of my short ministerial career that I have ever been sure of. The first is that I never actually wanted to do this. Apologies to Brenda Fox, who had to join me on that roller coaster.
The second thing I knew was that if John Pentland were to ever offer me a job, I was going to say yes. And so on December 30th, 2021, I shut the door to my empty Vancouver apartment. I got into my car with my dog Eugene and I rolled into my first intersection leaving Vancouver, and I found myself at a crossroads. When Kim asked me to speak, this was the crossroads I was going to tell you about. But I thought to myself, we are colleagues here. And if there is one place I can and should be able to be vulnerable about the reality of call, it is this place. So I am not going to tell you about the crossroads at which I decided to uproot my life for something new. Instead, I am going to tell you about the crossroads I encountered when I discovered that something new really sucked. Now, before you all get whiplash turning to the table, John and Anne have heard this testimony and have blessed it, so the hives will settle. When I began my call at Hillhurst, the reality of all that glitters not being gold hit me square between the eyes. The transition period from working in consulting and communications and church planting to congregational ministry. From working in a team I had known for a decade to working with total strangers. From working a job in an environment I knew to being left to my own devices in a strange land, not even knowing enough people in the city to pick an emergency contact. It was rough. And then you pair that with a community whose leader went on sick leave the night before I started, and an executive director whose role was very confusing, but who kept telling me to dream big and she couldn't make it happen. You had all of the ingredients of an overwhelmingly perfect storm. Some of you in this room received the phone calls that began and ended in sobs. And some of you in this room I recruited to help me discern if 3 months was too soon to leave a new call. I remember one day in particular when John and Ann and I sat in the office arguing about something, and I yelled out in frustration, "I don't get it, you two were fine." And it feels like ever since I got here, things have been broken. I loved my new colleagues, this new church, but in the midst of trying to navigate the collective grief of a community that had lost itself, in the middle of my own grief of losing a part of myself, I did not feel I had a place. I didn't know what my job was. I didn't know if I was called to it. And that sense of displacement and abandonment left me questioning my call to ministry in general. Some days I say it left me questioning God. And I can say that here because I know I am not the only leader of a faith community who felt like that over the past 3 years. There was a 3-month period where I had Karen Medlin on speed dial. And if you've ever been there, you know the turmoil of feeling like you misinterpreted a call, like you chose the wrong path at the crossroads. And so I remember talking to Karen on a Thursday afternoon and saying to her, "I'm done." And she said, "Okay, you want a clean 3 months? You need to get your letter of resignation to your MMP by the end of the day tomorrow. Chair of the board's next." And I hung up the phone and I wrote my resignation letter. 5 months, maybe 6. And I found myself at a crossroads. I could stay or I could go. And I had absolutely no idea. They say there's a burning bush. I've never had one. I had no idea which way God was pointing me. So I stood there with my regional permission slip. And annoyingly, something John Pentland said came into my mind. He said the difference between suffering and sacrifice is that sacrifice is always life-giving. And I confess it is hard for me to know the difference, especially when I'm in the middle of it, when I'm there suspended. Kim, as you said in your prayer yesterday, am I suffering here? Or is this a sacrifice? Is this a gospel call? Is it good? Is it liberating? Could it be? So I walked into the office the next day and I decided I had to find out first before I contacted MMP. So I sat down with John and Anne and I said, I think I'm going to quit. And that's when Anne stood up and stormed over to her desk and said, oh, hell no, I'm quitting first. I have my letter of resignation right here. And John stood up and said, I don't think so. If you two quit, I can't quit, and I want to quit. And the three of us stood there at the crossroads. And I don't know what the sound of God laughing is, but I am pretty sure I heard it through those tears. And Karen never heard from me again. The three of us walked out of the office that day and we decided not to look back. We didn't make a decision in there. It wasn't a strategic planning session. We didn't promise that we weren't still going to quit one day, but I didn't feel I needed to anymore. When I opened myself up and let myself tell the truth and be myself and declare sorrow and disappointment and unknowing and uncertainty, the suffering ended because I no longer felt alone. And I have never felt the blessing of God on my call like I did on that day. I told you there were two things I've known to be true in my ministerial career thus far. One, that I didn't really want to do this. And two, that if John Pentlin ever offered me a job, I would say yes. I have found my feet at Hillhurst, and I love them. And they love me. Russell, don't say it. I have worked hard. We have worked hard. And we have found a relationship between John and Anne and I that works. It works so well. And I love them. And they love me. And none of us are quitting. And I have affirmed for myself God and the church's call that I be in ministry. I love it. And it loves me. And sorry, Brenda. There is life here, and it is good. There is water in the well, and it is good. But there is a third thing I've always known that is true, thanks to the ones who have come before and the ancient path that I am called to follow. And that is that crossroads are inevitable. And thank God, because the cross is where we meet Christ. And when I think of that grace, the grace to discern and decide and change my mind and get it horribly wrong and change my mind again, that is so life-giving. It is so life-giving that I cannot help but join God in those tears and laughter. We are an Easter people. I am an Easter person. And the crossroads or the cross is where that begins. And thank God.
Thank you, Andrea. Can everybody please stand up again so we could sing our theme song?
I want to invite you to truly stand, feel your feet on the ground. And this song really was written in a contemplative, prayerful way. Each line, we sing each line, we sing it and we sing it until we really feel it, mean it. So I invite you to sing in that way together, and we're gonna drop out the instruments a little later and just hear our voices on these three parts. Stand at the crossroads and look. 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 Ask for the ancient paths. Ask for the ancient path. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask for the ancient path. Where the good way lies, and walk in it. Where the good way lies, and walk in it. Where the good way lies, and walk in it. Where the good way lies, and walk in it. Find rest, find rest, find rest. Find rest, find rest, find rest for your soul. Stand at the crossroads and look. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask for the ancient path. Where the good way lies, and walk in it. And the good way lies, and walk in it. And where the good way lies, and walk in it. Stand up where the good way lies, and walk in it. Stand at the crossroads and look, and walk in it. Stand where the good way lies, and walk in it. Keep singing. And where the good way lies, and walk in it. Stand where the good way lies, and walk in it. Find rest, find rest, find rest. Sing it again. Find rest, find rest, find rest, find rest. Find rest, find rest, find rest for your soul. May it be so.
Please be seated. We would like to invite you into a final interactive prayer. And you have your keys with you. And we've sort of asked you, what they open. Also, when I'm thinking of calling, as Andrea said, sometimes some doors close and some doors open. Have you ever had that before? Sometimes we can only look through a window. We're not ready for a door. And sometimes there's space between a door opening door closing and a door closing, door opening. So this is a visual prayer, and then we'll expand it about a door. And it's by Yi Hyun Lee. If we could have the lights out.
Can we have the lights on? Because I'm really blind. So is there a door that resonates with you? At your table, you will find doors. Pick up your key and find your door. Does everyone have a door? Okay, perfect. These are for you to take home with you, these doors and keys. Because there's something undeniably mysterious about keys. They can be seen as symbols of opportunity and adventure, opening doors that were previously closed and leading us down new paths in life. Similarly, they can represent secrets and mysteries waiting to be uncovered, unlocking hidden knowledge or revealing long forgotten truths. Both keys and doors are strong symbols of the crossroads in our lives, places where paths intersect and decisions must be made. Keys and doors can also be interpreted as symbols of self-discovery and self-realization. Just as we search for the right key to unlock a door, we must also search within ourselves for the key that unlocks our true potential and our purpose in life. The symbolic meanings of the keys and doors is complex, just like our own lives and our journeys. Whether viewed from a religious lens or a more personal one, keys hold within them the promise of new beginnings and untold possibilities. So we present you with your own key and door to take with you to remind you of your own personal journey in life. As we encounter doors that lead us down different paths, sometimes we must choose which ones to open and which ones to close. And sometimes we find ourselves at a crossroads where we must make a difficult decision that will shape our whole future. So let these keys and doors be a reminder that God will guide us as we navigate through life's challenges and opportunities. That no matter what our crossroads are, we are not alone on our journey. Look around you, we have each other, and we have our Creator. We're gonna.
So I just invite us into a moment of prayer. O God of crossroads, of keys and doors, of infinite imagination, wherever we find ourselves as we leave here, with the province under a state of fire, banned, an emergency with 25,000 people on evacuation, we are at a crossroad. We're at crossroads in our lives and churches. We're at crossroads in our country and on this planet. But may we find a deep hope to know that there are doors and keys waiting for us that are beyond all we can ask or imagine. And so may we find the doors and the keys we need so that we can be midwives of healing and love and community and relationship and of your spirit and love that colors outside the lines. Amen.
Please stand.
My love colors outside the line, exploring paths that few could ever find, and takes me into places where I've never been before, and opens doors to worlds outside the line. We'll never walk on water if we're not prepared to drown. Body and soul need a soaking from time to time. And we'll never move the gravestones if we're not prepared to die and be alive. There are worlds outside the line. And my love colors outside the line. Into blessings, water into wine. Makes me into places where I've never been before and opens doors to worlds outside the line. We'll never walk on water if we're not prepared to drown. Body and soul need a soaking from time to time. We'll never move the gravestones if we're not prepared to die and be alive. We just serve outside the line. My soul longs to color outside the line. Sun come in and shine. Open doors to worlds outside the line. We'll never walk on water if we're not prepared to drown. Body and soul need a soaking from time to time. And we'll never move the gravestones if we're not prepared to drown and be alive. There are worlds outside the line. My love, colors outside the line. Exploring path you could ever find. And takes me into places where I've never been before and opens doors to worlds outside the lines. And opens doors to worlds outside the lines.
There are times we stand
at the crossroads, not
knowing
whether
we should go right or left.
as you go into the world, know you are loved by God.
Whether you go right or left. No
No matter what you do or don't do, grace is extended to you. As you go out into the world, let the light of Christ guide you, knowing you are not alone. We live in the world. Amen.
So we have an option to eat or hear another song. What do you guys want to do? Song or eat? Are you sure? And positive? Okay, don't tell me my worship service went too long later.
Let's sing this song from the Congo, Malembe. Malembe, 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 Malende toko tambola. Again. Malende, malende. Malende toko tambola. You can try the words with me if you like. Zela na lola toko bondela masi. Yeah, malembe toko tambola. Zela na lola toko bondela masia. Malembe toko tambola. Malembe, malembe, malembe toko tambola. Malembe, malembe, malembe toko tambola. We can go to the words, the English words. As long as we sing, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. As long as we sing, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. As long as we love, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. As long as we love, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. As long as we rise, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. As long as we rise, there is a future for tomorrow, a future for the human race. We know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. We know this, we know this, we know this. Yes, this day will surely come. Malembe, 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 toko tambola. Malembe, 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 toko tambola. Malembe, malembe, malembe.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you to sit down for a second. So if you're at the table and you're not going with the youth bowling, I'm gonna ask you to sit down. It's not time to eat. So if you're not going with the youth bowling, so the youth are eating now because they have an appointment, a very important appointment at the bowling alley.
So if they're going bowling, they should be in line.
If
to
you're
go
not
eat.
going bowling, sit down.
Please.
So we have been having amazing meals here this past few days. And tonight we have not only amazing food, but we have a celebration. So
You may have noticed there's been some folks hanging around over here. They are guests of JJ or Ruth, and so we're going to welcome them amongst us. But in order to do that, and for this to feel like a celebration meal, I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things. One is that the worship team are inviting you to take your keys and the doors and those things and the rocks that you may have drawn on, etc., and put them in your bag right now, like now, while I talk. And then we're going to ask you to clean your table off so that it feels a little less like we're shoving our plates in among the books and the computers, and it feels more like we're going to eat dinner together. Yep. And while you're doing that, Pam, my love from the West, has an announcement.
So remember, you applied for, and a hush came over the crowd.
Can we
Hush.
do it quietly?
Sorry. Remember, you put your name in for draws. So I just want to announce who won draws. Linda Miller from St. Thomas United. Sally Salter.
Ooh, Sally.
Mary Beth DeGrooter. Yes,
You can come and get it.
Marcy Duncombe. And Julia Kimmett.
Ooh. Hey, Okotoks, you guys like fix the. So there's cups and there's cups and glasses and cans on the table that are empty. And if we could get those into the busing box, the busing trays, that'd be great. So that this feels a little more like a space we can welcome our lovely guests in and make room for them. Let's make some room for them as they come in and join us. So if you've got space at your table and you would like to welcome guests, please invite them to come and sit with you. If you're sitting near the front, that would be really good because then they can see JJ and Ruth. So we're going to do that. Just leave them at, if you've got pens and crayons, leave them at the edge of the table and they'll get picked up at some point. Thank you. So the quicker we get cleaned up, the quicker we can eat. You can leave the brown paper on the tables. So we're going to ask that once your table's all clean and tidy, if you want to just take your seats again, that would be awesome. And I'm going to invite JJ and Ruth to come and join me up here because you're going to sit up here with me. We're going to have a little bit of a head table.